Hi, Hi, everyone. We're so glad that you could make it. I just want to go over a few of the ground rules. I met with Jen this morning briefly just to go over like how we're going to proceed. Okay, so this is how it's going to go. We'll be reviewing different versions of the master plan vision statement that have been submitted. So if any committee member has any additional prepared vision statement, please feel free, because we have right now 3 versions. We can add more. We are going to, oh yeah. I'm going to start with attendance. And I need this. Okay. Kay Young.
Present.
Dave Cunningham.
Present.
Julia Flaherty.
Present.
Peter Herbst. It's not. Justine Wong. Erin Joyce.
Present.
Shelley North. Absent. Elizabeth Page.
Present.
Joseph Reynolds.
Present.
Raina Rubin.
Present. Madam Chair, Member North is going to be here a little bit late, but she will
Okay.
be joining us later on.
Thank you. Do you have any other announcements?
I do not.
Anyone have announcements? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to move back into kind of the rules of the evening. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go overall vision statement, and then we're going to go core theme 1, core theme 2, core theme 3, all the way down to 5. So right now in your packets, you have 3 versions for each section. And what we're going to do is there is a fist to 5 voting method that we're going to work off of as a committee. As the audience, we're going to work off of raising your hand if I say, do you like number 1? Do you like number 2? Do you like number 3? So we can just see the feedback. But we're going to work off fist to 5. And basically, we're going to review, we're going to find a place to start. So it might be 1, 2, or 3. Committee members, you don't have to love everything in it, because once we decide on which one we're going to focus on, then we're going to go line by line. So you'll still have an opportunity to say, I don't like this. I want to change this line, but I like these other 2 lines, right? So that's how we're going to play it. And if we have I'm not good at this here, 3-finger acceptance, then we will add it to the vision statement. If we do not have a 3-finger acceptance, it will not be added and it will die on the vine, okay? So that's the plan. So it's a lot of reading, and I apologize. I have like this thick Boston accent combined with New Jersey, and nobody likes to listen to me, but I feel like because the viewers at home and viewers that might want to come back for full transparency to see how we arrived at the vision statement need to hear what the vision statement is and what we're going off of as a starting point. So Kay has agreed to help me read, and we're going to read. And so what I'm going to do is start with the overall vision statement. And we're going to go 1, 2, or 3. So there's 3 versions of this in your packet. And the first one was the actual vision statements that was part of the community forum. And it says, in 2033, Braintree will be a well-run, picturesque, predominantly single-family home, suburban community centered around its residential neighborhoods, high-quality public schools, commercial villages, recreational facilities, historic buildings, and the Manatequit River. People will be attracted to Braintree because they aspire to put down roots, raise a family, and belong to a supportive community as they age. Braintree will have fiscal health, provide a high quality of life, and careful economic growth. Braintree residents will be encouraged to collaboratively engage in town planning initiatives to enhance and maintain strong neighborhoods, high-quality public and recreational spaces, and attractive, thriving villages. That was the original. The next version is slightly different. In 2033, Braintree will be a well-run, picturesque, welcoming, family-centered suburban community, prioritizing and protecting its residential neighborhoods, public schools, business districts, recreational facilities, and historic buildings and natural resources. People will be attracted to Braintree because they aspire to put down roots, raise a family, and belong to a supportive and inclusive community as they age. Braintree will have an abundance of natural open space suitable for passive outdoor recreation and a strong program to reduce our municipal carbon footprint. Braintree residents will be encouraged to collaboratively engage in town planning initiatives to ensure fiscal health and to guide economic growth and development initiatives. Option number 3. In 2033, Braintree will be a well-run, picturesque, welcoming, family-centered suburban community centered around its residential neighborhoods, prioritizing competitive public schools and instilling community pride through rich historic buildings, recreational facilities, community events, and natural resources. Braintree values strong business districts and thriving squares. People will be attracted to Braintree because they aspire to put down roots, raise a family, and belong to a supportive, diverse, and inclusive community. The town of Braintree will encourage and value residents' input for planning and economic growth. So at this point, for the committee, if we could just do a show of hands for those in favor of 1. None. For those in favor of 2. 4. For those in favor, are you raising your hand? Sorry, yes. Okay. So wait, I didn't get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For those in favor of 3. 4. Okay, for the public now, if we could say those in favor of.
Can I ask a question? Are we supposed to have, well, maybe you can explain how the voting works after?
So we are just voting to drill down on one particular vision statement. If in fact you believe that you want to add something, something's missing, and you think it's imperative it be added, that's okay too. But we're just trying to get a base to start, so it's just a base, and then we can alter the base. Okay, so.
One to start with,
That's what we're doing.
rather than having the audience participate at this point.
Well, I think we should still have community input. I feel like we should still have a show of hands that they should be able to weigh.
I think if we wanted to have community input, it would have been wise to place all of this information online before we had the meeting. The people in the audience have not had a very great length of time to be able to evaluate the different options. And in fact, the people here at the committee have only had time to evaluate 2 of the 3. So I think that's a big ask, and I don't want to put people on the spot. I don't want this to be done on the fly.
Okay, audience members, do you feel, show of hands, do you feel like you're put on the spot and you don't want to respond? Okay. Well, I think we should just hear the public out. I feel like this needs to be a very true and transparent process, and I think that the public has shown up, and they've shown up. So we say we don't care what you say?
I think we should identify times and points when the, public would be invited.
We invited them.
Oh, my.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, the point,
Okay. Raina, go ahead.
I thought that the agenda had points at which people would have input, and so I thought that was after we sort of picked one, and then the same with the core. We would discuss them and then the input. Are we changing now? This is different to have them. I think it's better to do it that way, more focused.
Well, I think okay. I mean, I feel like we should just get a show of hands. We don't need to have all the speeches, but just kind of get a show of hands. If they agree, it looks like we are focused on number 2. And I would like to ask the audience members if they feel like, I think we've asked the people to come back. We told them about this meeting, and here we all are. And I feel that we get into trouble when we don't value the residents' feedback, and here they are. So I believe it's important, and I'm going to move forward with the audience feedback. Yes. Councilor Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I tend to agree with Raina on this. We value absolutely the public's input. And, you know, we have had a process where the consultant has ensured public input. I think that we as a committee, due to the fact that we are a sitting committee who have been tasked with this, that it is the call in this particular case, after receiving input from the public, after having public debate, that the committee itself needs to make the decision on this, and that will not be the end of the public involvement to this decision, that the committee, who has been seated to address these issues and to facilitate them forward, I think that it dilutes any type of, I dare not, I don't want to use the word authority, but the designation of what our charge is.
Ms. Page.
Thank you. I think everybody in the audience is quite capable of looking at the different versions. I don't think we should be limited. There are a lot of similarities in Vision 1, 2, and 3, and I think it's fair for people to have choices and to have discussion. So I think we move forward with the various options, because I think everybody here is capable of reading these in front of them and having this discussion. And there was no discussion at the last meeting saying that what we looked at the last meeting was the last thing that we would be seeing. That was not decided upon at the last meeting. So I think we are selling ourselves short and the residents short if we don't give different versions that, you know, we can, I'm assuming we can probably tweak these things as we go along, but I think it's fair to look at all the three versions.
Okay, thank you. I do think, because of transparency, and this is so critical, I think, and we did ask the audience to come back. We mentioned that in the last meeting and said we couldn't finish. And so in the spirit of that this is a continuance of the last meeting, I respectfully disagree that I think we need to hear from the audience. And at this point, it's just a 1, 2, or 3 that I'm asking for. If you like 1, if you like 2, if you like 3. And I think it just gives a place where you can see where the public might feel about.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It will just give a frame of reference, okay? So do with it what you will. If you want to, you know, take resident feedback, if you don't want to take resident feedback, do with it what you will, but I think we need to hear from the residents. So I am going to ask the residents for a quick show of hands, and we're going to move forward. I'm not asking for comment right now, but what is number 1 of interest to the residents? Councilor Reynolds would like to ask a question, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
My question is this vote, who is making the vote? Is the board making the vote, or is everyone in this auditorium making the vote?
The board is making the vote.
Thank you. That's all I
Okay.
needed. Thank you.
It's just a frame of reference, and I want the audience to feel heard. I'm sorry, Melissa, I'm going to turn it over to Melissa.
Madam Chair, when they show the hands, can you just recite the number so I can jot it down?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, for those in the audience who like number 1, please raise your hand. Okay, we have 2 votes. For those in the audience who like number 2, 2 votes. For those in the audience who like number 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes. Okay. Thank you, audience members. Appreciate it. Okay, so we, in the committee, we voted to move with number 2. And, hold on. And what I would like to ask is if you agree and you don't have any changes, then don't take the time, but everyone has 2 minutes to speak. So if you have very specific, clear changes for Jen, she will jot them down of what you can't live with in this section. And I'm going to go in the same U as we did, and it's easier for taping and predictability.
Chair Wadlin, do you mind if I make one suggestion?
Please.
Since Shelley came in a little bit after the vote, I wonder if you'd want to just retake that vote. It's up to you. I know you already took it.
Okay, number 2. Okay, so it's number 2. Okay.
Under the impression that everything had to receive a 3 or better to move forward. Am I wrong?
Yes, but what we're going to do, so now that we've narrowed down on the basic, now we're going to look at the ingredients of
Okay.
the basic. So we're just getting a place to
Okay.
start.
All right.
And it's not necessarily a place to finish, but it's a place to start.
Okay.
So
Thank
what
you.
I would, so what I'm asking for is if there's something in here that needs to be added, we're going to go around the horn for the committee, and we're going to start with David Cunningham. If you have anything that needs to be added, I'm sorry, before we,
I just wanted to clarify on the voting. So this is an 11-member board. If we got down to that type, we would need 6 affirmative.
we're doing a 3-finger vote to add it to the vision statement. So we're using this reference.
I get that, but if, I'm just saying, if
Yes.
it gets down to, in the board, it's
Yes.
that type of vote, it would be a majority of the full body.
Okay, but I think what we're
I get
hoping
it,
to
I
do is
get it.
just the 3.
I get it.
Yeah,
Yep.
3 or better gets it added, 3 or less doesn't get it added.
Okay.
So David Cunningham, do you have specific changes you would like to address?
And we're talking about option 2 at the moment?
So we have drilled down on option 2.
Okay. The only change I would suggest is in the first sentence, the word "and" is used twice. I think we can delete the first and go with the second "and." So it would say recreational facilities, comma, historic buildings, and natural resources.
Okay. Shelley North, do you have?
I don't. I like the way it's.
Erin?
I would just like to include high-quality and competitive public schools as, I like that the competitive public schools from Vision Statement 3, so I would like to add high-quality and competitive public schools in the first sentence, and that is my only revision request.
Julia, do you have any changes?
In looking at option 3, there are 2 things that stand out to me that are present in vision in option 3 that are not present in option 2. And one of them is rich historic buildings, and the other is community events. And I like the idea of folding both of those ideas into option 2. I was looking at where they might best fit. And I haven't come to a conclusion on that because,
Maybe Jen can work that in.
but I would look for a way to fold in those 2 ideas into option 2, and then I would be, that's my main suggestion.
Kay, do you have any changes?
No, I think with the additions that Erin and Julia had said.
Yep, I agree with those additions. I mean,
So we're looking just for clarification to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. It's just the bullet points or the subtext of core theme 2.
correct.
Thank you. In core,
Oh, I'm sorry, the overall vision statement. I'm sorry. Number 2?
all
Number
right,
2
thank
of
you.
the overall
At
vision
this point,
statement.
I don't have any comment. Thank you. Thank you.
And I am, so you can track, I am putting it on the screen and editing
Great.
as I go.
Perfect. Perfect. Raina?
Are you all set? Oh. I agree with it the way it's written, with the additions
Yeah.
so far, all of them. Thank you.
I also agree with many of the additions, but I would like to add two more. I would like the phrase instilling community pride added in somewhere, wherever Jen thinks it will fit. And then I think the last sentence is very important, and I think tonight is a perfect example that the town of Braintree will encourage and value residents' input for planning and economic growth.
Justine?
Well, thank you for everybody allowing me adding, inclusive in there, which is for me with the kids who's in the spectrum, inclusive is really important. I don't know how I feel about the business district is so high in the priority.
No, all right, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Right, in the second overall, when I'm looking at if we're building this town for our resident, the business district, the village district is supportive for us to be the life that we want. So I don't know if this vision is priority based on the list of items, or it could be after the resource or historical perspective, because business district is where it supports the way our life is.
So
I'm not following. Can you be more specific about the change?
I think
I'm not
she
trying to
means
give you a hard time.
the suggestion, I think, no, correct me if I'm wrong, Justine, it's the order of prioritizing that maybe like residents and public schools are up here and probably the most important, and maybe business districts belongs in the next sentence as a priority still, but maybe not up with public schools and residents. I think, is that what you're saying?
Right, we should be, we need the business to support us a low tax perspective, but for me as a resident I would like to prioritize it after the historical building. I'm just looking at the way of life.
So would you put it between historic buildings and natural resources, or after natural resources?
After natural resource, I don't know.
Okay.
Just, if I'm looking at the list, is how I want to prioritize it.
Okay.
That's all.
So I'm making all the changes, but people should tell me if there are any objections to any of these.
Okay.
Chair Wadlin, I think.
Oh, okay, so Kay?
Not necessarily an objection, but just a conversation point on the, my impression was that it wasn't necessarily, maybe I'm wrong, but in order of importance, but I just wanted to say that as a resident and a business owner, business district is important. But I wasn't under the impression they were in order, in any order of importance.
Not really, although people do read things when you
Right.
mention them first as being higher priority, but that wasn't the intention.
Okay, no, that's what I believed as well.
And Shelley?
Being a resident and a business owner also, I consider very important.
Okay.
But, Joe?
I think the clarification that this is not a priority per se, I believe that our business districts are critical for our ability to be able to maintain the residential qualities that we want. I think making that secondary defeats that purpose, if you will. I would think that they should be all included in the same sentence, and if that is a prioritization as far as each individual quality of the community, we're going to rank them in order, then I think that would probably require another whole conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would also like to say, I would love to see thriving squares, because I think business district is a little different, and I think, yeah, thriving villages, yeah. Okay.
So do you want squares, or?
Well, I think the confusion's coming in is when you talk about business districts, right? You can be thinking, oh, the South Shore Plaza, or this corridor, that corridor, where I think in this context, and I could be wrong, and I think the clarification needs to come from, I think we are talking about, Weymouth Landing, Braintree Village, South Braintree Square. So I think we're kind of talking about the smaller, business districts in this, because that's what gives the town personality, right?
And David Cunningham.
I hope we're not trying to prioritize the list of items in that first sentence. If we are, then I'm going to chime in and say what my priorities would be. I read that sentence to be a list of things without necessarily prioritizing them in any fashion whatsoever.
Right.
However, to deal with the last topic, not only do I think we should encourage more the use of business districts rather than thriving squares, I think we should be very clear on that. The 3 business districts that often get referred to in Braintree would be the 3 that we're talking about right here. But we also have other business districts within the town that, for purposes of impact that they have on the town, they are far greater. I mean, the South Shore Plaza by itself, it dwarfs the 3 business districts in the town. The same thing could be true of Grossman Drive, Ivory Strait area, and other parts of the town. And that doesn't even talk about the office parks and the other business areas of the town. So I think we're limiting ourselves by saying squares or thriving squares. And I think we're better off keeping it in a more generalized term, because even though it seems like Braintree is pretty open to large businesses, I certainly don't want to send the message in the master plan that we're really not in favor of large businesses by using the term thriving squares, because the thriving squares they will never have a large business located in them. They will not move to those locations. There's no parking, and it's strictly a situation in which it will be small businesses, often owned by people who live locally. And they should receive priority, but they shouldn't receive priority over and above the other commercial areas of the town. So I'd prefer that it remain the generalized language of business districts for that reason.
Okay. And so are you saying you don't want both?
I think we should use the language of business districts and not confuse it by then throwing in the thriving squares. And if it is going to boil down to prioritizing within the sentence, then I'm going to offer my opinion on where the priorities should be.
I don't know if it was meant, and Jen, was it meant to be a priority list?
It was not meant to
Number
be
1, number 2, okay,
priority
okay,
list.
that's fine. And so this could be a point where maybe we sort of take it. Do you want to speak?
Could I,
before we
if
talk?
I may?
Please,
just-
go ahead.
I think that it's important to keep the thriving squares as a part of this description, along with that clear distinction of those business districts that Mr. Cunningham has just articulated. I think they're both a component of our town's health and of our quality of life.
So since this is the first issue that maybe there's 2 different sides of the fence on the committee, do we want to, like, Jen, would it be appropriate now to do the finger?
Yeah, and I'm wordsmithing out. And I'm wordsmithing as we go. So
Okay.
why don't I
Okay.
read the sentence as I've broken it up. There's 4 sentences in this overall vision that we're working on.
Okay.
And I've just done my best to add in these 3 components that we talked about in the first go-around, and they all happen to be in that first sentence. So let me know, I think we should do the 5-finger vote if you can, you know, I gave all mine away, but if you can, if it's, anything in this is a deal breaker, you give me a fist. If
Okay.
you absolutely need to talk about something because you want it to change, you give me a 1. A 2 is similar, but you're not as adamant about talking. It's more of a refinement. 3 is you can live with it the way it is. And then anything above that is more supportive, okay? So if it's a 3, if everybody gives me a 3, 4, or 5, then we're just going to move on.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like, you can live with it, give me a 3.
All right, I think we do that.
And I
As
just
is,
wanna-
As written.
And I just want to do the first sentence only right now. So
Okay.
the way I just rewrote this is a well-run, picturesque, welcoming, family-centered suburban community, prioritizing and protecting its residential neighborhoods, high-quality and competitive public schools, recreational facilities, rich historic buildings, natural resources, community events that instill pride, as well as its thriving squares and business districts. So that's a really long sentence, but basically you're prioritizing and protecting all of these things that I
Okay.
just listed.
All right.
So that's the sentence as it stands. It doesn't mean it can't be refined, but is there anything in there that's a deal breaker, then you'd give me a 2 or a 1 or an over my dead body as the fist.
So we just all put up numbers?
Yep.
Everyone? Fingers up?
So I see 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 3. So I say that means we move on, and we can wordsmith if it doesn't change the meaning. I think we can do that after the fact, but.
Okay, let's go to the next
Okay.
sentence.
All right. People will be, this one actually didn't change. People will be attracted to Braintree because they aspire to put down roots, raise a family, and belong to a supportive and inclusive community as they age. So you can go ahead and give me your, whatever your voting is. 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 3, 4. I can't see, Ryan. 5, 4, and 4. Okay, so we move on. 3, Braintree will have an abundance of natural open space suitable for passive outdoor recreation and a strong program to reduce our municipal carbon footprint. 3, is that 4? 4, 3, 4, 4, oh no, sorry, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 3, 4. Okay, so we move on. And the last one is Braintree residents will be encouraged to collaboratively engage in town planning initiatives to ensure fiscal health and to guide economic growth and development initiatives. 4, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 5, 4. All right, so that's it for this, and now we can move on if you agree with my system here, with our system here. All right.
We should take any public comment that is really specific on this, so 2-minute limit for all us up here and out there, and just specifically to what you want to add,
I
and
just thought that you
name
guys
and
had
address.
agreed that you were going to add the town of Braintree will encourage and value residents' input for planning and economic growth, and I don't see that that was added there.
Oh, I thought, so I can barely see that far away, but does anyone have an issue with adding that? I thought we added that.
Change number 4 then, because it would be a little kind of duplicative.
Yeah, the way number 4 currently reads is Braintree residents will be encouraged to collaboratively engage in town planning initiatives to ensure fiscal health and to guide economic growth and development initiatives. We have initiatives in there twice, but we can fix that
Justine?
later.
Justine?
As Liz, how we're going through those review, one thing we were talking about is the town's job to increase the Braintree residents initiative, not the Braintree initiative, but residents need to come to us. So we're trying to change the sentence a little bit of, you know, the town will recognize and promoting the residents' corporation engaged in town versus the town's residents need to come to us.
Or will encourage?
Right,
Does that
right.
seem better?
Does
Yeah.
anyone on the committee have an issue?
Right, so we
Okay.
will run program to promote.
Thank you. Okay. Any other
I think,
feedback?
did David have a?
Oh, okay, sorry. You can come to the podium, and then David, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Please.
I kind of liked the fourth sentence the way it was before we just made that change. And if we're going to have a change like that, then I would think it makes more sense to say instead of the town, Braintree will encourage residents to collaboratively engage rather than the town.
Braintree town officials?
Well, I don't know that we have to put it in terms of town officials. I mean, town employees, elected officials, appointed officials, whoever. I mean, we have in sentence 3, Braintree will have an abundance. So for purposes of consistency of language, Braintree will encourage is the language I think should be used as opposed to the town.
Does anyone have an issue with that? Erin?
I just had I mean, since this is a vision statement, I think it should just be that, however it ends up being, instead of saying like will encourage or something like that, it should just say like Braintree residents will collaboratively engage in town planning initiatives to ensure fiscal health. Like, make it the vision that this is what is happening in 2033. Braintree residents are collaboratively engaging in town planning initiatives.
I have a comment to that. I think that town officials need to encourage it, because encourage the collaboration in order for it to happen in real life circumstances, right? So, but I don't, that's I would rather see Braintree town officials and elected officials and appointed officials will collaboratively engage, will encourage residents to collaborate, because from a resident's perspective, sometimes you go and you're kind of like, it's like a blank wall where other departments are come in and talk about areas of improvement. So I think that we should encourage all Braintree officials to encourage the community to give feedback and value that feedback. Does anyone else have feedback on this issue? On this specific issue? Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you. I like the option 3 version of this sentence better, because all of this is about encouraging the residents to do something, and I think what's missing is a lot of the residents that do show up here sometimes feel like they're not being heard. And even if they do show up, sometimes meetings are not open to public discussion. We want the town to take some responsibility for making sure that residents' voices are heard, not just the residents. And if I can just make one comment on a separate issue, just so I can sit back down. The open space, it says in here, passive open space, and a lot of the residents made a point of saying they value the sports teams and the fields and all that, so I would propose changing that to active and passive outdoor recreation. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Does
So I think we need some clarity on if you
Okay.
want to bring that sentence from the third vision statement to replace the one that's there now, and then any objections to adding active. You could take them sepaithe. I would take them
Okay,
separately.
so why don't we do the finger vote here for the way it is? Go ahead. Raina?
On that, do you want to put that sentence up there so we can see? I don't,
Yep, this one on the bottom, yeah.
yeah, could you bring it up so we can see how the alternative, excuse me, alternatives are? Because it's,
Jen, would you read the two
Yeah.
options so that people can see what we have left?
So I reworded this a number of times while you were talking, so it's not exactly what it evolved as people spoke. So the way it stands now, it says, Braintree town officials will encourage residents to collaboratively engage in town planning initiatives to ensure fiscal health and to guide economic growth and development initiatives. The second version from the third option I just brought forward is, the town of Braintree will encourage and value residents' input for planning and economic growth.
Okay. So for quick purposes, can we just do a 1 or a 2?
Just a hand, like a
Just
regular,
1 or a
raise your
2,
hand
just
if
1
you
or
prefer
2,
one.
meaning you want 1 or you want 2 for the
you
final sentence, just 1 or 2, because there's only 2 options.
do you want to have everybody vote on one or vote on two like we did before? How many want one, how many want two, or do you want us to do? I'm not sure how you want this vote to.
I think
play
just vote 1, because since it's a sentence versus a sentence. Do you like if you like the first sentence, do
Put up a
1. If you
1.
like the second sentence, do 2.
Okay. Oh,
Can I make a comment? What if we took the word value out of the last sentence and put it up into the line number 4? Braintree town officials will encourage and value residents' input to collaboratively engage, and then the rest of the sentence. If you kind of combine the two sentences,
I find that
Okay.
confusing.
is it confusing?
I was going to make a suggestion similar to Liz. I like the part in the first sentence about the value of the input and the town encouraging, as well as to ensure fiscal health and economic growth. So I think that valuing what Liz said, to put the value up to combine basically both of those into one sentence instead of 1 or 2, if that makes sense.
So can I throw another 1, 2, or 3 out? So 1, 2, or 3 being the combination. Let's let's run through quick, because I think we could do this quick.
To say is either the one that is marked as 4 or the one that is marked as 5?
Yeah, because I already changed it to add the value residents.
So I'll select number 5.
Okay. I like number 1. Okay. Erin, 1. Julia?
It's listed as number 4.
Yeah.
I'm calling it number 1.
confusing.
And I just want to be really, really sure what I'm voting for.
So the first statement that's highlighted right now is
Here,
statement
I'm
number
going
1
to change it
versus
so
statement
that we're voting on the same thing.
number
All right,
2,
there we go.
the one below it. So Braintree town officials will encourage and value residents. That's number 1. Number 2 is the town of Braintree will encourage and value residents, and it's a shorter sentence. So there's no combination anymore. She combined it already.
All right, well, I would prefer for us not to ignore the importance of fiscal health and residents' awareness of that, so I will vote for number 1.
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 1.
Okay, there we have it. Number 1. Okay, so we're going to move to core theme 1 now. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, yes, we are. So we're at core theme 1. There's a lot of reading. So everyone has this pamphlet, and if you just came in, this pamphlet is what we're using. Okay. All right, so option 1, core theme 1. Conserve water and other natural resources, strengthen climate resilience, and preserve historic resources for a sustainable community that has strong connections to the natural world and its historic roots. Braintree will be a sustainable community and a good steward to protect its natural resources, including wooded natural areas, within residential neighborhoods that help provide habitat and buffer residents from incompatible nearby land uses. Braintree will focus local efforts on protecting and restoring water resources, flood zone areas, natural landscapes, biodiversity, and wildlife habitat, and promoting access to the town's open space areas, acquiring more conservation lands and open space, including natural habitat, leveraging residents' appreciation for the natural world to build greater responsibility and stewardship opportunities and provide increased outdoor recreation options and equitable disbursement of open space across town. The community will support the implementation of successful sustainability initiatives to combat the impacts of climate change, maximize flood control, and reduce urban heat island effect across town, including conserving natural areas, including by encouraging a shared stewardship with private landowners, implementing a robust tree planting program, including in residential neighborhoods to boost the tree canopy and reduce urban heat islands, and encourage nature-based stormwater solutions, as well as maximize pervious and vegetated surfaces for new development. Greening town facilities, energy reduction and conversion to renewable energy sources, including solar energy solutions at Belt. Offering a town curbside composting program, recycling program, and measurable efforts to reduce noise and light pollution impact on residents and neighborhoods. Providing access to locally grown food, including at new community gardens. Braintree will recognize, value, and promote the preservation of public and private historic resources through a combination of regulatory and incentive-based solutions. That's option 1. Option 2. Okay.
Can I just clarify one thing? The order was a little different than the first. The first one we just read was the way I had revised it based on our last discussion. This one we're reading now was the original version.
That this is right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, option 2, core theme 1, stronger protection of natural resources and expanded conservation areas that foster community connection to the natural world. Braintree will be a sustainable community and a good steward to protect its natural resources, including wooded natural areas within residential neighborhoods that help provide habitat and buffer residents from nearby land uses. The community will focus local efforts on protecting, restoring, and promoting natural landscapes, biodiversity, and wildlife habitat at Sunset Lake, Great Pond, Cranberry Pond, Pond Meadow Park, Smelt Brook, Watson Park, Smith Beach, and all along the Manaquit River. Acquiring more conservation lands and open space, including protecting natural habitat. Helping residents build a greater appreciation for the natural environment facilitated by increased outdoor recreation options, equitable disbursement of open space across town, and opportunities to assist with land stewardship. The community will support the implementation of successful sustainability initiatives to combat the impacts of climate change and reduce urban heat island effect across town, including conservation of natural areas, a robust tree planting program to boost the tree canopy and reduce urban heat islands, greening town facility, energy reduction and conversion to renewable energy sources, including at Beld. Offering a town curbside composting program, providing access to locally grown food, including at new community gardens. Braintree will recognize, value, and promote the preservation of historic resources, not just for their historic and architectural character, but as a sustainability measure to protect the embodied energy in existing buildings.
Option 3, stronger protection and conservation of water and other natural resources and expanded conservation areas that foster community connection to the natural world. Braintree will be a sustainable community and an excellent steward to protect its natural resources, including wooded natural areas within residential neighborhoods that help provide natural habitat and buffer residents from incompatible nearby land uses. The town of Braintree will focus local efforts on protect and restore water resources, natural landscapes, biodiversity, and wildlife habitat, promote access and increase the town's recreational open space areas, acquire more conservation land and open space throughout the town, preserve and protect through the acquisition of neighborhoods surrounding wooded areas to buffer residential neighborhoods, promote a healthy, active lifestyle by increasing open space awareness and opportunities, The community will support the implementation of successful sustainability initiatives to combat the impacts of climate change and reduce the effects of urban heat islands. Preserve natural areas and open space, including areas of private ownership. Implementing a robust tree planting program, including in residential neighborhoods, to boost the tree canopy and reduce urban heat islands. Encourage nature-based stormwater solutions, protect and enhance flood control areas, and maximize pervious and vegetated surfaces. Greening town facilities, energy reduction, and conversion to renewable energy sources, including solar energy solutions at Belt. Offering a town curbside composting program and recycling program. Measurable efforts to reduce the noise and light pollution impact on residents and neighborhoods. Providing access to locally grown food, including a new community garden. Braintree will recognize, value, and promote the preservation of public and private historic resources through a combination of regulatory and incentive-based solutions. Yes.
Before we begin talking about this, I have a question about how this document is going to work in terms of its organization. We have here a bulleted list. It's particularly relevant to this section, so it's nice that we're starting with this one. We have a bulleted list of numerous environmental initiatives that people in this town would like to see implemented in the next 10 years, or at least begun to be implemented. And I support all of them. But I have some concerns about if an initiative is not listed, say like litter reduction, which I know residents are very concerned about. It's not bulleted on here. I don't know if it's better to think more broadly about all the initiatives that we would like to see begin in the next 10 years or be continued in a more robust way, or if it's wiser to use broader language and expand on it later. I think of it kind of like a recipe book. Am I looking at a recipe book where, like, there's apple pie and key lime pie and lemon meringue pie, and strawberry pie is not on there, so there's no provision for strawberry pie later on? Or should it really just say pie? And we'll talk about all the pies that we want to develop later in the text. And I say that here because I think it's important for us to talk about what our expectations are for what the bullets mean. Do they mean this is what we're going to talk about and everything that we're going to talk about? Or does this guide us in the direction of things that we might want to talk about?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it would guide you in the direction of things you want to talk about when you get into strategies. If something's not listed here, it doesn't mean you can't talk about it in the strategy phase. So if something raises to the top as, a litter reduction, method that you want to promote and fund, then we may go back to the vision statement and make sure at the end of the strategy phase that the way it stands now doesn't rule out that strategy. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to add something about litter in, just as going with your example. But I think that as long as it doesn't rule it out, then you wouldn't change it later on.
Okay, because it gets very specific.
Yep.
And I don't want to eliminate things that I support, but I also want the document to make sense, and I guess I'm interested in what other people on the committee feel on that.
Yeah, and maybe if you don't mind me just saying one more thing on that before the committee comments. I would say also that as you go through the strategies, if you find that things are just not feasible, that there's just not the capacity and there's no, likely funding source, we'll go back to this and start eliminating things as well. So, so just to know that what you're deciding tonight is not the final version. But it's a good question. If you feel that it's getting too specific, we could certainly make it more broad and eliminate some of the specific examples.
So why don't we start with the base so that we can drill down on a base, and then we can add suggestions, take out things, and start there. So go ahead. Kay has a question, so hold on.
Jen, I just want to confirm, because I noticed the difference between the formatting of the mission statement versus this one. The option 1 is the redlined version that we did last week. Okay, all right, cool, thank you.
Yeah, so that is correct. And option 2 is the original, and option... And option 3, Justine submitted it earlier today, so I added it. So I tried, I mean, there's a lot of, I had to do this while I was working, so I put it, I did it as best I could to put them all on the document, and if anyone else has another one, we're happy to join that too. So why don't we just kind of narrow down on which version, and then we'll go line by line. It doesn't mean you have to love everything in each version, in the version you go with, because we're going to go line by line. But I think we'll narrow it down here, and we'll also do a show of hands in the audience. And again, in the audience, you don't have to love every single thing in it, but if you love most of it, or if you love it more than the others, we'll go with that, and we'll do a show of hands. If you want to come up to the podium, please do. And please state your name and address.
Al Barisi, 117 Pond Street in Braintree. Could it be as simple as adding a line when you look at Braintree will focus on local efforts to include but not limited to? Because if you start going line by line, you're gonna, it's gonna, there may not be an end because somebody's gonna think of something else. My idea, as I understand the master plan, is to be a strategic guideline. Let's focus on these things. The individual implementation will come at a later time when these things are addressed, not necessarily by this committee. So if you put a line that says Braintree will focus local efforts, parentheses, to include but not limited to, it gives you the flexibility to add things in the future and address things that haven't come up yet.
That makes sense. Thank you. Okay, so before we do more public comment, we're going to try to narrow it down, and then I'm going to ask for a show of hands. Do you have something specific to this? Yes? Okay, come on up. I feel like I can't say no.
Dan Clifford, 265 St. Clair Street, Braintree. Specific to this, I see the core themes here, and can someone define what a core theme is versus a strategy?
Sure. I'm happy to do that, Chair Wadlin. So the core themes will become chapters in your master plan, and for each core theme, we'll work to think of strategies that would help to implement that theme.
Okay. From just a point of previous employment in a career, the vision statement itself can be broad. The strategies that I've heard about, if I could ask Jen, when will those strategies start to be developed?
So we'll start to work on them in the new year, and it will run for, I think, around 6 months or so.
Okay, so within the vision itself, there's a list of things that you've all gone through already. Every single one of those, and including the basic elements of a master plan, which I'll just reiterate, goals and policies, land use, housing, economic development, natural resources, open space and recreation, service and facilities, and transportation and circulation, followed by implementation. Just as a point, I didn't hear anything within the missions, excuse me, the vision statement that addresses transportation. If you go back and look, there's nothing in there that you voted on tonight. So I would say this,
Dan, it actually is. So it is, we haven't gotten to it yet, but
Within the vision statement?
it's, oh, the overall vision statement.
Within the
Okay.
vision statement itself.
All
So-
right, sorry, the
And part of the
overall,
vision
okay.
statement is like a roadmap. You always go back to your vision statement at the beginning so that when you reach your strategies and you're looking at those other 9 elements, you're able to put strategies together that will address your mission statement. And last but not least, and I've mentioned it before, and I'm sorry to be kind of doing this now, is everything that you put into the master plan, you really need to have measurements and deliverables, because if you don't, it will not be successful. So as you're going through and everything looks beautiful and everything flows nicely, you have to make sure that you're able to say, within this strategy for that item, these are the things that we need delivered, these are our dependencies, and this is how we're going to measure it. And if you cannot do that, then you're wasting your time on a master plan. Thank you.
Jen?
So, we skipped over this because we were going to go through the detailed core themes. But if you'll remember, the overall vision statement, I just pulled up that red line version because it has the complete format. The overall vision statement is that first paragraph that you just spent time working on, plus the 5 core themes. And so it says in 2033, Braintree will actively, and then it talks about, among other things, transportation, which is the third core theme. So that is incorporated in your overall. These core theme headings are part of your overall vision. Now, that doesn't mean you can't include it in the first paragraph, but I don't think you necessarily have to include every single piece of the core themes in your initial paragraph. And if you do want to work on metrics, as Dan had mentioned, we do like to do that as part of the goal-setting work that we'd like to do with you in January.
Great, that would be great. Okay, all right, so back to 1. Okay, so we're just looking for the base of 1 from the committee. So there's option 1, there's option 2, and there's option 3. And which option appealed to you as the most agreeable? You don't have to agree with everything, but the most agreeable. David, will you start?
I think I would find option 1 of core theme 1 to be the most agreeable to me.
Okay,
Jen, might I suggest, if you don't mind, just a show of hands? I think it'll be more efficient.
all right, okay. Option 1. 1, 2,
7.
8, 6, 7, 7, 8. Okay, option 1, 8. So I think we're going to go with option 1, and then we'll
To move forward.
well, no, that's for every line item within the, yeah. So with every,
One of these days.
yeah, so with every line, we need a 3 to include it from every member. But for this purpose,
Just for consistency.
okay. Okay, you had your hand up, okay.
Right, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay, option 1, for those voting for option 1, please put your hand up.
Thank you.
7, but I think that's, and then in the audience, just as a frame of reference, option 1, 2, option 2, 0, option 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay, so let's start with going through line by line. So I guess the first, let's deal with what's there, and then let's deal with what needs to get added, or you want to be added, okay? So if line 1, core theme.
Can I just make one comment on
Yes.
that, Madam Chair? Just after the fact, word wordsmithing, we should choose, are we gonna be Braintree, are we gonna be the community? Like, we should pick a consistent term to use throughout, and we can decide that later and then
Okay.
and go through, but just so we're using sort of the same sort of noun for ourselves, I guess.
Yes, okay. All right, we'll figure that out
Yeah,
after we
just
get
for
through
later,
this.
yeah.
Okay, so the first line is protecting and restoring water resources, flood zone areas, natural landscapes, biodiversity, and wildlife habitat, and promoting access to the town's open space areas.
Are we starting with the top here, though? The conserve water and other natural
Oh.
resources? Yeah, instead of the bullet?
Okay, okay, yeah, I was thinking, okay. So we'll start with any conserve water and other natural resources, strengthen climate resilience, and preserve historic resources for a sustainable community that has strong connections to the natural world and its historic roots.
And so you're just taking any requests
I'm
for
just taking
changes?
any issues, and we'll start with David Cunningham. Any issues to that very specific statement?
None.
Shelley?
None.
Erin?
I think just as we're listing things, we have protecting, acquiring, leveraging, and then the fourth bullet item is the community. So maybe we could say supporting community implementation or something. I think they should just be action words in the sentence.
We're on the first line.
Oh, I thought we were going over recommended.
No, just the very first line.
I do not have any comments on just the first line.
Julia, first line?
I like the first line because it includes a mention of the importance of climate resilience. It includes a mention of the importance of preserving historic resources. And I think that the concluding portion, strong connections to the natural world and its historic roots, is ideal. So I like this for those reasons.
No edits.
One thing that kept coming up in the resident survey was the expansion of open space, and I would love to see that be added in the statement. Not just protecting, but expanding. I think that was number 2 in the open space survey. Question, I want to say 20. I could be wrong.
I don't have any objection to the statement as written.
I like it with your addition.
Okay. Liz?
I also like the addition of acquiring more open space as well.
I like the strong protection because when I'm looking at conserve water, I don't know what it means. We have to limit our water use, or is the town conserving the water? That's where my question comes. Is we need to protect our water resource, but not to limit to conserving it.
So protect versus conserve.
Right.
I guess that makes sense, but. So are we telling the residents to conserve their water? Or are we saying like we want to protect our water supply? How about we do both?
Reducing your use, and there's different devices and programs and blah, blah, blah. Protecting, which is a good thing too, is basically to keep it, safe and clean and abundant. So to me, they're not, one, it does not exclude or take the place of the other.
Anyone have an issue with both of those terms being added? Dave Cunningham has an issue?
I don't have an issue, but I actually suggest maybe using a third word as part of it, and adding the word enhancing, or enhance. Because down the road, we'll probably have to increase our water supply.
Anyone have an issue with that? Okay. Okay, so the next line, I'm moving on.
So there's no objections to the way I just changed it?
Well, so let's do the finger vote, just because that's,
Okay.
we need a 3 from everybody to add it, so
3, 3.
let's do it.
3, 3, 3, 5, 3 or 4, 3. Liz? Sorry, I didn't see 4 and 3. Okay, so we can move on.
Braintree, this is the next line. Braintree will be a sustainable community and a good steward to protect its natural resources, including wooded natural areas within residential neighborhoods that help provide habitat and buffer residents from incompatible nearby land uses. Anyone have an issue? I'm going to start over here, starting with David.
For the most part, I agree with it, although I do think I would also add the word enhance to this sentence as well, which draws on the concept of adding to our natural resources. So for purposes of where it would be inserted, I would say sustain community and a good development to protect and
enhance. Okay. Shelley, any changes or issues with that statement?
No, and I like his addition.
Erin?
No further comment.
Julia, any changes?
No, not at this time.
No changes, and I like David's comment, addition.
No changes?
I'm okay with that updated term.
I'm okay, although I'm okay with it updated, but I initially had thought this be a better introductory sentence, and that we flip the two, you know, that will be a sustainable community and then conserving and protecting water. I don't have a strong feeling about it. It just, to me, it made a little more sense, but, you know, I agree with both these sentences, the way they've been edited, and I'm fine with it, but if anybody else agrees, we might think about that. No? Okay.
Okay, Liz. Sorry, Rena.
So I have a question where on the middle there, it says, within residential neighborhoods that provide habitat. I think we should insert the word natural habitat, because I feel like it's just,
This is a natural areas.
I just think that.
Have it twice in the same sentence.
Anyone have an issue with natural habitat?
Well, we talked about natural resources, and I think we talk about a natural habitat. I think we're defining what the habitat is. The habitat could be,
So you want to move that natural to natural habitat instead of natural area. Just we have it twice.
yeah, we could take the word wooded natural areas and just say wooded areas within residential neighborhoods that provide a natural habitat and buffer residents.
Anyone have issue? Justine?
I'm agree that we need to define the natural habitat.
Okay. Okay. The next sentence. Braintree will focus local efforts on protecting and restoring water resources, flood zone areas, natural landscapes, biodiversity, and wildlife habitat, and promoting access to the town's open space areas. Could we do like 3 at a time? Would that be okay, so we can move a little? Okay. Any objection? Raina?
I'm not objecting, but actually I agreed with the gentleman earlier that in the introductory, Braintree will focus local efforts on. I think that we should maybe to include but not be limited to. I think that would be a good place for that. And I was having a similar thought that we should put that in here somewhere where we get specific. So before we get to that bullet, I would suggest we add that in the heading or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Does everyone think that makes sense? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go over 3. So I did the first one, then acquiring more conservation lands and open space, including protecting natural habitat. Next one, leveraging residents' appreciation for the natural world to build greater responsibility and stewardship opportunities and provide increased outdoor recreation options and equitable disbursement of open space across town. So I'm going to start with Dave. Do you have any changes or updates to those 3 bullet points?
The only thing I would do is add the word enhance in the first bullet point.
Protect and enhance?
Yeah.
Or protect and enhance versus protecting and restoring.
Oh, I would include restoring too. So,
Protect, enhance, and restore.
or vice versa, protect, restore, and enhance.
Okay. Does
So-
anyone have issue with that? No. Okay. Anything else, Dave?
No.
Shelley?
I like the third bullet point, though, at the end where it says equitable disbursement of open space across town. I agree with it, but I know that that's very specific because I don't know if we have even available open space in all parts of town. It was just more questioning it, because if we're going
I
to put
know.
it in there, we can't create necessarily something that's not there. So I'm not quite how to change that. I'm open to somebody else figuring that out.
What if we put in the word strive for equitable disbursement, and that,
I like that.
Okay.
Yes,
I
thank
like
you.
that. I like that.
Hold on.
Yes.
Bullet number 5 could be moved up. I'm just kind of reading ahead, and some of this is somewhat duplicative, and we're saying that we want to protect, restore, promote things in multiple bullets. And that's okay. It's just some of the comments, some of the words, protecting, restoring, and enhancing, you know, like, for example, a flood zone area. Like the town of Braintree has no regulatory authority over the floodplain. That is a federally regulated area. So the town really doesn't have any opportunity, like, I don't even know what enhancing a flood zone means, frankly. And if someone has what they think that means, maybe we can shape it a little bit, but I just wanna, because as we get into the next phase with the goals and the strategies, we need to be very clear on how we're going to do these things. And as somebody who deals with floodplain every day and is the floodplain person for the town, I don't even know what that means. So we might just want to, I don't know, change some of the words, or maybe even in this section, and I'm not looking to rewrite the whole thing, but if it's open space, if it's water resource, if it's floodplain, if it's introducing natural habitat, then have a bullet for each of those. We're kind of saying, if you read through these, some of them say similar things with just a few words changed, because we talk about the expanding the open space, and then we say conserving natural lands by encouraging shared stewardship with private landowners. And we talk about the stewardship in bullet number 3. So if there's a way to kind of, I think, having multiple themes and multiple bullets, in my opinion, with different terms, waters them down a little bit. Just sort of making some sort of general comments as the, on the receiving end, and on the, likely heavily on the implementation end, sort of what does, and I'm willing to be educated here, but some of these things I'm having a little bit of trouble with. They sound good, but what does it actually mean?
Justine?
Look back our old master plan, the way how we want to preserve the natural resource and everything. I broke them down in the option 3 instead of if we're looking at option 1, the original has everything included. And I added the flood zone perspective. It was because the heat island effect. And I remember years ago when we had down Adams Street with the rains that we had, the whole street was flooded. So maybe we don't have any right to do that, but our town need to work or request the federal government to work with us to support it. That's why I added that when I was thinking about a couple years ago, the Adams Street flood. I couldn't even drive through that street. So if you're looking at option 3 is where I broke down a more specific item per item instead of everything in once.
Yeah, I think a lot of things are in like 3 different bullets, but does anyone want to take another look at option 3? Because Justine wrote it, but she lists them all out. It looks like they're separated versus all put together and restated and restated.
I guess, can I add one? Where I wanted to voice option D is because I live in Flaherty area, when the highway put on lights. And when there's a highway on, put in billboard, is where we don't have anything state about light pollutions in the option 1.
I think you list everything that's in option 2, but maybe list it out more effectively, to be honest. Like, instead of like a word salad, it's more concise, I suppose. Well, I think we say too many things all, like, yeah, it's like
Yeah,
word salad. It's like a word salad.
And,
Yeah.
and again, these are just kind of, and again, an important piece of the document is being very clear to the reader, and you want the end user to, 15 people read it, you know, hopefully a dozen of them take away sort of the same meaning out of the statements. There's obviously a huge focus here on purchasing and enhancing open space, so maybe you could say that and then state the reasons why. Pick water, state what you're gonna do with it. It just to kind of maybe create some mini categories within the core that we can then pull from when we get to the goals and strategies. There's a lot in here, and a lot of it's good. Some of it's duplicative. Justine did do a good job. Even some of those are somewhat duplicative, but kind of bullet pointing them out a little bit. And again, these are just suggestions, just to the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to provide them.
Chair Wadlin, would you like to suggest taking the bullets from version 3 and replacing what's in that first version with these, and then using that as the base?
Can we take a look, can we just do a vote on that? Or just, are people, are you comfortable with that? Is anyone uncomfortable with that? Raise your hand if you're uncomfortable with that. Just taking the Justine's concise bullets and using those as the base, and keeping the top of core theme 1, version 1, the water, and then Braintree will be sustainable. But then the bullets, because these bullets are not very concise, replace them. I think they say the same things, to be honest. I'm reading through them. I think they say the things in a more concise fashion. And Kay has a question.
Just directly, it might be easier if you just, instead of what's different, if you just tell us what was added, maybe. Or, like when you said motion, you added that, it might be easier to tell us what is, as opposed to what is different. But I am not opposed to just copying and pasting.
Basically, when we're looking at the red light version, and we like the top part, but what I added was breaking down where we're talking about when I'm looking at the first sentence of version 1, everything put it together didn't make sense. So I cut them out to a different bullet point, where we're talking about example is encourage 1, 2, 3, 4. I just don't have number. The bottom 6 up where I talk about encourage natural-based stormwater solution, protect and enhance flood control area, and maximize prevent and vegetable surface. This is where we're talking about, I break them down instead of all in one sentence. And the last sentence where we talk about recognize value and promote preservative of public and private historical resource through combination of regulation and incentive program. So we added the incentive program looking at environmental perspective. And also we talk about the light pollutions and sound pollutions. Also is one thing that we would like to utilize the natural resource to give us that protections.
Is there anything in the third section where it's listed out that anyone on the committee thinks something is missing from the second section, from the first section? Like, do you see something like glaring missing and something added that you can't live with? I'm going to start with Dave, and then we'll go. Do you have anything from these bullet points that you can't?
You're referring to the bullet points in option 3 right now, right?
I'm looking at 3.
Yep.
They say a lot of the same things, but a little more concise and less wordy.
Yep. I have nothing to add to these. I don't see anything that I would wish to cut from these. And I do think the suggestion of taking these bullet points in option 3 and putting them in option 1 and deleting the bullet points in option 1 is a good suggestion.
Okay. Shelley, your thoughts?
I do like using the bullets from option 3. I do believe, though, we talked a little bit, I don't know if it was Julia that mentioned it, about maybe being too precise, like if someone liked a litter reduction program or something, like if we're not mentioning everything. So I guess because we changed that first line, saying included but not limited to, I think I'd be okay with taking those bullet points with
Say included but not limited to. Erin, do you have any issue?
No, I think that the list is comprehensive. I would just say that the town of Braintree will focus local efforts on protect and restore. I think it needs to say protecting and restoring, and then I think there needs to be a similar, like I think all the core themes need to be organized as action, and so just minor changes on action words at the beginning of all those, but otherwise I think it's a great list, so thank you, Justine.
And Dave, if I could just, Dave had the enhance that he wanted in the first line of the second, and I think we probably should put it in the first line of the third, of the first bullet and the third bullet points, because it's the same, it's really the same sentence, it's just clear. Sorry. And yeah, I just didn't want that to get lost.
Braintree will, so just again, I think that's an incomplete first sentence as it's written, so that was the only other comment on those two. I know we had already gone through that.
What was it?
So just the first two. On that very first sentence, not even, it's what we already talked about. I don't mean to go back, but it's the very first sentence of this core theme above these. Core theme 1, it just says protect, enhance. So I think it needs to say Braintree will protect, enhance. And then I just noted that I would support Raina's recommendation to switch the order of those two, just as a comment side. Thank you.
Julia?
So the two are not that easy to compare because they are organized differently. There are differences in the content. For example, in the third bullet down in version 3, option 3, it says acquire more conservation land and open space throughout the town. That is present in option 1, but it leaves out and protect natural habitat. So I think protecting natural habitat is important, so I would add that back in. And then in option 3, the fifth bullet down adds promote a healthy active lifestyle by increasing open space awareness and opportunities. That's kind of like the third option down in option 1, where it says leveraging residents' appreciation for the natural world to build greater responsibility and stewardship opportunities and provide increased outdoor recreation options and equitable disbursement of open space across town. I don't really disagree with option 3, I just want to make sure that the content of option 3 is really in the same as the content in option 1, and that's hard to do in this environment. But I can see that there's a great deal of overlap, and what I can say for sure is that I would add protecting natural habitat to bullet 3.
Okay.
Nothing different than what's already, nothing different than what's already been mentioned, but I agree.
I have nothing different.
I would say just the only comment would be under option 3 is the 4th bullet point, preserve and protect through the acquisition of neighborhoods surrounding wooded areas to buffer residential neighborhoods we had a terminology, previous incompatible use.
So you just want, are you asking to add?
Incompatible uses, yes.
Could we add that? Anyone have an issue with that?
If I may through the chair, is there a word missing there? Are we talking about actually buying neighborhoods?
No,
No.
I had the first thought was very similar to yours, but if you stop and you read it, it is preserve and protect, and then the action of that sentence is through the acquisitions.
Okay.
Through acquisitions, and then maybe there's a comma or something that is missing, of neighborhoods surrounding wooded areas. I think the object here in the sentence is the wooded areas. That's the subject of what they're trying to achieve.
Okay.
Is to acquire those wooded areas that are adjacent to residential neighborhoods. Justine, is that correct?
So I was reading.
Oh, sorry. Your
I
intent,
just
your
reworded
intent.
it.
Your intent in bullet point number 4
Yeah.
was to acquire available wooded areas that are adjacent to neighborhoods that would buffer from incompatible uses.
You didn't want to buy the neighborhood.
I just reworded it a little bit for clarity's sake, but I just want to make sure you saw that, because I'm doing things up here that you guys may not realize. Preserving and protecting through the acquisition of surrounding wooded areas in residential neighborhoods. I would say wooded areas in residential neighborhoods.
Preserving and protecting wooded areas in order to buffer residential neighborhoods from
Well, actually, I don't even think we need that. Here, maybe that's better. Preserving and protecting through the acquisition. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense now.
to buffer from incompatible uses.
Raina, do you want to start now? While she's working on that.
Yeah, well, I'm okay with where we are now. I would just say that some of this, needs wordsmithing for compatibility.
Yeah.
And, with tenses and everything, and like one thing has measurable efforts, but nothing else, just for consistency. But I'm okay with this and with the edits that other people have suggested.
Liz?
I agree with all the previous comments. I think these are all good. I'm good with it. Thank you.
Justine?
So I kind of agree, want to make it based on Judy's Fletcher's feedback. I like the word where we had the equitable disbursement of open space across town. I think that's what's missing on the
Okay.
option 3.
Can we add that?
Because we have some area are really, really intense, but some area that need to be improved.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, sure.
Any issue with adding equitable disbursement?
Yeah, I'm just not sure where to add it now.
It's where the promoting healthy, active lifestyle by increasing open space.
And if we could move to a hand vote, because we're only on one, and it's almost 8. So if we could move to a finger vote, I mean.
Can't spell, though.
Finger vote. Mr. Reynolds, finger vote. For this one.
Right.
We're on 1, still on 1. Okay.
I'm afraid that I'm missing one thing that Julia said, and I think it had to do with bullet 3. I'm sorry if I missed that. I was
It
trying to
said bullet 3,
change
and
tenses.
protect natural habitat, to add throughout the town and protect the natural habitat. Is that what you?
So we have protecting biodiversity and wildlife habitat in the first bullet. Would that be repetitive, or are we getting at a different angle here? Okay.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds?
So to your point, Jen, I believe the way I'm reading this is that number 1 is more of a broad statement, number 2 is more of a drill down of number 1, number 3 is more of a action step of item number 1.
Yeah. Would anybody, I know we just voted on this, but I could combine this.
I think that's fine, as long as it's both there, it's fine too. Well, I
Madam
shouldn't
Chair?
speak for everybody. Yes,
If I may, I also want to make sure that we make a distinction here. We use open space, we use active, we use passive, we use recreation. And there is passive open space, which is for trails and things like that, that is protected, that is under the care and custody of the Conservation Commission. And then there are open space areas like ball fields that are not protected in the same manner because they're like courts and fields and things like that are not considered, quote, natural. So I just want to make sure that we address both of those. I'm seeing them kind of interchanged a little bit, and I would think that the town is looking for enhancement on both sides of that. So I just want to make sure that we're clear
Okay.
on making a
Good point.
distinction between active recreation and then more passive protected open areas.
okay, that's a good point, because there was a lot of comments about the fields and how
Yeah,
people
yep.
really appreciate the sporting facilities. Raina?
I actually wanted to go back to what Jen just did. I actually have a problem with it because it sounds like the only way that you want to protect and restore is through acquisition. I don't think that's what we mean. You could say including or whatever. I mean, to me, I don't think we only want to enhance through acquisition, so, yeah, or include, yeah, something like that. Well, not, that's one way to implement it, but there are, I don't think we mean to limit it to that.
Does anyone have an issue with that? All right, we're moving to core theme 2. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to read the first option. Pursue careful economic growth in ways that promote local business of all sizes, repurpose blighted or underutilized previously developed sites, protect existing neighborhoods, and revitalize business areas. Braintree will focus local efforts on growing carefully and strategically over the next decade by repurposing key blighted and underutilized properties and areas of interest based on comprehensive community-supported plans in a way that reduce traffic congestion, particularly for the Ivy Street corridor, South Shore Plaza, Armstrong, Quirk, and Wood Road areas. Capitalizing on the local boom in the professional, scientific, and technical industries and proximity to Boston to create job opportunities for residents and enhance the town's ability to recruit life science and other companies to invest in the community. Beautifying and activating Braintree Square, South Braintree Square, and the Landing to promote local businesses and expand the range of business types. This will include initiatives and investments to unify business facades and signage, improve and expand parking facilities, and promote local shopping through event programming. This would also include creating well-maintained, accessible sidewalks and clearing snow and ice on sidewalks to promote the health of local business, as well as to make safe pedestrian connections between business areas. The town will actively promote and help sustain small, locally owned shops and restaurants, artists, and entrepreneurs to ensure a healthy mix of local restaurants and local retail in new buildings, renovated or redeveloped buildings, as well as preserve historic buildings. Improve commercial corridors connecting Weymouth and Quincy with improved transportation systems for vehicles, pedestrians, and the MBTA, including accessible and adequate sidewalks to promote the health of business. Yes.
All right, this is core theme 2, option 2. Careful growth policies that promote local business, strategically repurposed sites, and vibrant commercial squares. Braintree will grow carefully and strategically over the next decade by repurposing key areas of interest based on comprehensive community-supported plans, particularly for the Ivory Street corridor, South Shore Plaza. I'm assuming Quirk. Was that intended?
It was a mistake. It was this is reading the original version, which had a mistake in it.
Okay. And Wood Road areas. Through strategic commercial growth, Braintree will maintain low residential taxes, which will continue to be one of the lowest residential property tax rates in the Commonwealth. Braintree will capitalize on the local boom in the professional, scientific, and technical industries and proximity to Boston to create job opportunities for residents and enhance its biotech life sciences corridor. Braintree Square, South Braintree Square, and the Landing will be tree-lined, walkable, and attractive commercial hubs with unified facades and signage, adequate parking, and accessible sidewalks that the town maintains. This would include the clearing of snow and ice to promote the health of local businesses. The town will actively promote and help sustain small locally owned shops and restaurants, artists, and entrepreneurs to ensure a healthy mix of local restaurants and local retail in new buildings as well as preserved historic buildings. Improve commercial corridors connecting Weymouth and Quincy with improved transportation systems for vehicles, pedestrians, and the MBTA, including accessible and adequate sidewalks to promote the health of businesses.
Option number 3. Pursue careful economic growth in a way that promotes local business, repurpose blighted or underutilized previously developed sites, support vibrant commercial villages, squares, and revitalize business areas. Braintree will develop strategic, community-supported plans for economic growth for any area of the town that will see increased development. Through strategic commercial growth, Braintree will maintain low residential taxes, which will continue to be one of the Commonwealth's lowest residential property tax rates. Carefully and strategically over the next decade, by repurposing key and blighted and underutilized properties and areas of interest based on the comprehensive community-supported plans. That's a duplicate. Capitalize on the local boom in the professional, scientific, and technical industries in proximity to Boston to create job opportunities and residents and enhance the town's ability to recruit life sciences and health sciences and other companies to invest in the community. The beautification and maintenance of Braintree Squares would include unified facades, ample accessible parking and sidewalks, promotion of community events, and pride to draw in community members. This consists of the town's upkeep of the squares, including plowing, trash collection, and beautification. The town will actively promote and help sustain small locally owned shops and restaurants, artists, and entrepreneurs to ensure a healthy mix of local restaurants and retail in new buildings, renovated or redeveloped structures, and preserved historic buildings. Improve commercial corridors connecting Weymouth and Quincy, and improve transportation systems for vehicles, pedestrians, and MBTA, including accessible and adequate sidewalks to promote the health of business. Create plans to protect our natural resources and limit the urban island effect by limiting the significant earth moving. So I think we can go around and do a vote of 1, 2, or 3, and then also an audience vote. Maybe we'll start with the audience this time for 1, 2, or 3. 1, how many of you liked 1 the best? 1. How many of you liked 2 the best? 2. And how many of you liked 3 the best? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay, and we're going to go around. So we're just picking our base. It doesn't mean there can't be a movement of bullets.
Or a combination.
Or a combination of bullets. But Dave, why don't we just go one, who would like one? Yes, please.
When I look at these, 1 and 3 seem largely similar. So I,
Just vote for the one that you are most comfortable with. It's not that.
okay.
Okay, so 1, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, do you have your hand up? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, okay, and then 2? None, and 3? I think I vote 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, is it 5? Yeah, so we have a tie. We have a tie?
Another combination platter.
So it could be a combination, I guess.
I wonder if, given the tie vote,
Yeah.
I wonder if Justine could just explain the differences there. I saw a few of them, but I only saw this for the first time tonight as well. So just trying to digest the differences between the version with the red lines that I sent out last week and the new version of Justine's.
Sure. So when I review what our resident likes about the town, and I know we say tax should not be one of the vision, but really most of us pride to be part of the low town tax, so that's why I wanted to keep it there. When I looking at a couple years ago, we were like top 3 best community to raise a family in Massachusetts. This is where I pictured it. The reason we're here is we want to have lower tax. And then we're talking about including involving different industry to come into town Braintree. I'm looking at not every resident work, not anybody, everybody works in the town where they live. We welcome new business. With working in biotech before, I love to have biotech in here, but I not necessarily have to live in the town. So that's why I removed that.
Removed, okay.
Yes. And then I was looking at Braintree, a lot of people coming to Braintree for cancer treatment, healthcare perspective. Why can't we expand the business to that area versus just biotech, life science? We're looking at all different perspectives. That's where the sentence kind of change and expand a little bit. And I think basically, what else I have? The lost item, we were looking at natural resource. We need to grow, but we want to make sure that our natural resource example, not knocking down a whole mountain to build industry, a hospital, that perspective. I don't know if it belongs here perfectly or not, but it's where we want to make sure that while we're growing, we're not knocking down, we don't have to lose our major natural resource for it. Yeah, I think pretty much those are the add-on and summarize.
So I wondered, since there are only a few changes, if we just focus on those changes, and if you want to keep those changes or adjust them in any way. Does that make sense?
Where do you want to start?
Well, it seems like the first one was, I know we had stricken, I don't know the right word, the idea of the low residential taxes that was in the original version because of the public comment that we had heard at the meeting last time, 2 weeks ago. And so the first suggestion, I think, is to put that back, to not strike that out. This was the original phrase that we had. So I guess I would just start with that and take it one by one on those changes, if that makes sense in terms of process.
To start with, would it be worthwhile using the hand number vote to see if there's more agreement? Like if you went, I don't know, just
Because
it
the
seems
vote was
hard to
tied,
pick. They're
yeah.
so similar. Just as a possible suggestion.
We could use the audience, too. We could all vote.
I don't know.
Oh, they did vote already,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're right, yeah. Well, Melissa, do you want to weigh in and be the tiebreaker here?
Well, I was going to suggest, Madam Chair, the people that picked one, why did you pick one and not three? Because they are very similar. One of the main distinctions I see is number one calls out particular areas for redevelopment in the community-supported plans, and number three is more generic. So to that point, when we get to the strategies and goals, we could call out those specific areas to tie into that specific bullet point. Maybe that's one of the reasons why people, I'm just trying to guess here. I think they're both well done. If I had to choose, I would pick option three, and I would strike the last statement in number three. I don't feel as though that really goes into this particular area. We talk about conserving resources in multiple areas. I understand the point about earthworks. Earthworks doesn't necessarily lead to urban heat islands, and that would be, if you're looking for the tiebreaker, I would pick three. And if people are concerned that it doesn't drill down enough on Ivory Street and Wood Road, we can include that in the strategies and goals for the implementation section, because we're going to have some very, probably, I don't want to say hard and fast, but good paced and strong directives on how we want to see those areas developed over the next 10 years.
Okay, so why don't we start and just try to be concise so we can kind of blow through this, and because there are just a couple of differences, so if you want to add them back in, then make that suggestion. And why don't we start with David Cunningham?
Okay. Well, I'm going to have my eyes on option three as we're speaking then. And as I look at bullet two, I'm not in favor of striking the entire bullet, but I'm not in favor of keeping it the way it currently reads either. I think we should strive to maintain low residential taxes, but I don't think we have to go suggesting to the other 350 towns in the state, or whatever number it is, that we're one of the lowest residential property tax rates in the state. It is what it is. And I know, I can think of quite a few towns with much lower tax rates, but they're in other parts of the state, and it's not a fair comparison. So I think we should adjust that language to say to strive to maintain low residential taxes, and strike the end of that sentence. With respect to the next bullet, I'm pretty good with that. I like the changes to the following bullet with respect to trying to capitalize on growth within the area.
Maybe just do your just changes so we can kind of try to look. You don't have to review each bullet, but just what you want to change.
Okay. Then I would skip down to what I think will become the last bullet, where we improve commercial corridors connecting Weymouth and Quincy. And I think I would throw in Holbrook and Randolph at the same time, to just complete the thought. And I'm going to go on the assumption that the last bullet is going to be stricken, so I won't say anything more on that subject.
Do you want it stricken? Just ask.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
in
you want
favor
it
of
stricken.
striking
Okay,
that.
all right. Shelley.
Just
go
one
ahead.
other thing. The second to last bullet, I don't think we need to say only small locally owned shops and restaurants. I think we can broaden that language so that it opens the door to larger companies who may not be from Braintree. The last thing we want to do is close the door to some of the large companies that might want to come here and move into the office parks or other places where they might normally go to. And given that the big box stores may disappear if some other type of large company wants to come in to replace a big box store, I certainly don't want to have language that disinvites them in our master plan.
Maybe that requires a bullet.
Suggestion, Madam Chair, that one be sort of wordsmithed for variety of sizes of businesses, because then we talk about to ensure a healthy mix of local restaurants and retail. I think a healthy mix in any community is a little bit of both. You know, you need Stop and Shop, but you also need Mike's Bakery. So I think that could really kind of go, be a little more inclusive to include all types of businesses.
Or maybe we could add a separate bullet so that we emphasize that all business is welcome and important in our community. But, because I don't want to de-emphasize the small locally owned, because that was really in the survey. The residents really were interested in local small business. Not that they're not interested in the other, but I think maybe it just requires a separate bullet.
I'm wordsmithing as we're going, so
Okay.
do you want me to read this as it stands? Is that helpful? I don't want to remove the flow. I haven't struck the big things talked about because I think they need more discussion, but as we're wordsmithing, I'm starting to do that.
Shelley?
Okay, I have a few things. In the first sentence, and Erin was mentioning this, I think we don't want careful economic growth, we just don't want physical growth, right? So we know we have a lot of, like we keep on saying, repurposing. So does anybody pursue careful physical growth while enjoying economical growth? Right? Because we do have a lot of businesses that are empty and lots of spaces that need to be repurposed. We're not. Yeah.
Instead of,
So strategic? Yeah, because I just didn't like, because careful
Yeah.
to me kind of, okay.
yeah, I had a different word too there.
Okay. And I did like in the first one, so previously developed sites, support vibrant commercial villages / squares, protect existing neighborhoods. That was in the first one, and that was dropped. I liked that. And revitalize business areas.
Wait, I'm sorry, Shelley. Did you say you liked
I
it or
liked
you-
the protect existing neighborhoods. That was in the first option. That was dropped in the third.
Okay, hold on. We're talking about the first bullet? Or we're
The
talking
first
about the
sentence.
overall- Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if it's strategic economic growth in a way that promotes local businesses, repurpose blighted or underutilized previous development sites, support vibrant commercial villages / squares, protect existing neighborhoods, and revitalize business areas.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Okay. So, wait, Braintree will develop strategic, okay, sorry. I thought it was really strong when we had the meeting that people did keep on talking about certain areas. Ivory Street, Social Plaza, Armstrong, Quirk, in the Wood Road areas. Are we just,
It's Armstrong Cork. That's what it is. I know, I was like, are we talking about Quincy Ave? It's actually called Armstrong Cork. That
Oh,
was
that
not a
is what it's
mistake.
called, okay.
Yeah. That's not a mistake.
Okay. So maybe I'm wrong, but I saw that over and over and over again on sticky notes.
Maybe we could write including, but not limited to,
Perfect.
and then it covers.
Yeah, I
Anything.
like that, yeah. Okay. Bullet point number 3, when they say carefully and strategically over the next decade, I believe we have to put something in there. What's our, like, who's going to do that? Like, Braintree will work with the ownership about blighted and underutilized properties? I mean, who changes that? I guess it's a mixture of a question and how do we put it in there?
I think that we could come up with that strategy in the strategies and implementation in section. I mean, we do have a blight ordinance on the books now. Mayor Kokor has put that forward. He's used it, I believe, on a couple instances to get people to clean up their property. So I think that there's, again, that might be different implementation strategies depending on what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I think
Especially on the underutilized.
Yes, yeah, okay.
For the repurposing, that's going to be a different sort of strategy depending on where we're talking about.
But I think also if we add in the phrase that's consistent with the other core themes, Braintree will focus local efforts on, including but not limited to, and then rewording everything that follows to be, an active noun, an active verb rather. That will get at what you're talking about, Shelley, in terms of who, and then it's more consistent with the way the first one was written. I can just carry that into this third one. Does that make sense what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Location into the mission perspective, whereas strategy we were specifically looking at location. That's why when I make that change, it's like anything that specific to a location, we don't want to put it in here, but it should be a strategy planning perspective.
Do you want to use it as just as a compromise, as just a such as, like we did in the earlier language that we were
I'd be
talking
good with
about?
that. I mean,
I guess it's fine, but what I'm looking at, down the road, we change something. We change South Shore Plaza to a Gillette Stadium. What would it be next 10 years? I'm just saying that, not naming it that perspective, that's all.
right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're in bullet point 5. I personally liked bullet point 4 on number 1, but I mean, Justine might explain to me, because in there what I liked was, it says, this would include initiatives and investment to unify business facades and signage, improve and expand. But that, I think, was, this would, in hers, it said it would include unified facades, but it doesn't say anything about investing or initiatives or anything in there. So I'd like to include something in that.
So you want to move that bullet?
I mean, I like number 4 on option 1 better.
So replace that number 4 with the beautification and maintenance of Braintree Squares?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
But you guys can decide.
Okay, I'm going to do it. I can always change this if someone,
Yeah.
okay.
And that was it, because I agreed with the other changes and the other 2.
Erin?
I will just make a point of comment on why I had preferred option 1 over option 3, just given that they were so similar. And it was really just because option 1 felt like a culmination of the last public meeting and all the wordsmithing and stuff we had done at the last meeting, and also was the document that I had personally the most time to review. So working through the changes and trying to mesh them together, I just feel like I haven't had enough time to do that. But I guess with that being said, I would agree with Shelley's comment, and just like to second the comment of careful economic growth. I think economic growth, physical growth, there's different types of growth, and I think we should just be careful how we reference them, so that we don't miss any opportunities or cause any pitfalls to the community. With regards to the overall listing, I think just following along the style of the core themes, developing, encouraging, repurposing, I think trying to use action words on the bullet points is good. I also just had a question, because we did have on our desks a letter from a resident, just like with regards to feedback. And I was just curious, I know Chair Wadlin, you had forwarded, I think you have in the past forwarded comment. So do we typically get any public comment that comes between meetings if someone isn't able to attend? Is that usually printed and available for us? Or how is that typically shared?
Yes, this was sent from Planning Board Member Grove, and then there was one other comment. I was on vacation last week and came in a little late today because I'm not feeling that great. There was another comment that we received that I can forward to the membership.
Okay, great, thank you. I don't have any other editing comments at this time.
Julia?
Okay, so I think, first of all, that in the summary of Core Theme 2, using the term strategic is a good word choice. So I would support that. And the next comment that I would have is that in the summary and then in a couple of places in the bullets, we reference villages, commercial villages, and particularly squares. And then sometimes we accompany that with business areas. I think every business in Braintree deserves the opportunity to thrive, to be promoted, to be beautified. And because of that, I would like us to stick to a term that is not specifically square. I know that our squares are valuable. I visit our squares often. I want those squares to be vital and to be supported for a robust economy. I know that they have the small businesses that many, many residents want to support, but so do other areas of Braintree like Quincy Avenue and, up in the Highlands, near-ish Holbrook. Okay, those are also valuable, and those business owners deserve the same kind of attention and support as the squares. So I would suggest that we find a term that we can agree upon that references business districts, business areas, commercial something. I'm open to a lot of ideas as long as they're expansive enough to incorporate all of Braintree's businesses. The bit about taxes I find really troubling because this document supports many, many things that are very, very expensive. We've talked about little things already, like community gardens, but we've also talked about big things like using community funds to purchase land to protect neighborhoods. We've also, in other places, we will talk about supporting our schools, which need serious infrastructural improvements. I know that residents do not wish us to abandon our roads program. I know our residents want us to pave and preserve our sidewalks and continue with the services that they deserve and need, like snow removal. I know that there's an interest in an improved or even a new senior center. These are investments which cost money. And if we want to come through with this document, if this document is an honest document, we can't make those promises and also tell residents that they don't have to pay for them. So my first choice would be to strike that altogether. But because I recognize that there is some interest in discussing this, I'm going to propose an alternative, which is that Braintree will strive to fill its revenue needs with a balanced effort to foster commercial growth in order to help keep taxes low. Because we don't have to have high taxes if we want to get the revenue in other ways.
Could you, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the whole thing. Could you just say it again?
The sentence that I'm suggesting is, Braintree will strive to fill its revenue needs with a balanced effort to foster commercial growth in order to help keep taxes low.
Any other suggestions, changes? I'm trying to move it along. Okay, Kay?
Well, I have one more comment, and it's very quick. One is, I think the addition of health science is a smart move.
Yeah.
So yes, on that. And as far as the last bullet is concerned, in option 3, I would just strike that.
Not much more other than what has been previously said, but I had also noted the same thing that David had about the connecting Weymouth and Quincy, and I just said surrounding towns, also to include Holbrook and Randolph, but nothing too different.
Okay. I think we're underestimating the importance of thriving squares. It's not, no offense to but it's not just for the business owner, but it draws people to the town, and it keeps them in the town and keeps them going to that business, a few other business, stopping at Chick-fil-A or whatever's going to be there on the way out. I think thriving squares is critical for a town. If you look at different towns, I travel a lot for my job. I look at different towns that have these beautiful squares, and people are attracted there, and they come to town, they spend money, we get revenue from the money spent, and they don't just go to the square, they go to other stores in the area. So I would like to see thriving squares be added, be there as a priority, because I think we're underestimating the importance of thriving squares. And I could go back and forth on this tax comments, but I don't think this is a revenue discussion, and that's our charter here to say, well, you can pick 4 things on this master plan, and that's all we can afford. I don't think this is what we're here to do, but I think we need to have a statement in about through strategic commercial growth, Braintree will maintain low residential, or Braintree will try to maintain low residential taxes and continue to be one of the Commonwealth's lowest residential property tax rates. I think the people of Braintree they want that. They want to enjoy low taxes. A lot of them move here for that, and I think it's important that it's in the master plan. And that's all I have. Joe?
Thank you. Okay. Starting at the top, if you would, Jen. Thank you. I'm okay with the opening statement. I'm okay with the transitional statement. The bullet point number 1, I did have some reservations in the wording of it, but I think the way that it is worded now, I'm good with. I do like the altered statement concerning bullet point number 2 and its revenue needs. I think a reference to revenues without getting into the weeds on it is adequate at this particular point. Repurposing key blighted, I'm okay with that. The capitalize, where's that one? This one here, and this might be just semantics, but to me, the boom is regional. If it was local, we wouldn't have an issue right now. I believe it's regional that we need to take advantage of in these particular areas of interest in professional, scientific, and technical industries, and I do believe Justine made a comment about medical as well. I think that is something that we should focus on. The incorporation of the business size I would be in agreement with, and also I think the last point, I'm in agreement that that be struck. Thank you.
Raina? Just what you want to change.
Yeah.
And into the microphone, please.
It's hard for me to look and
You can pull it closer.
All right. In the first bullet, I'm fine till then. The first bullet, let's see. No, go back up. It says, the town will see increased development. I don't think that's what it means to see. I think Braintree, developing strategic community, I don't know. Wait, stop. Yeah, there, let's see. I think that the town I don't know what that means. Areas of the town where it's appropriate for development, or approves of, or supports increased development, maybe? Areas of the town that are appropriate for increased development, I think. All right, that's a little better. Okay, so in terms of bullet 2, I actually support the change, keep residential taxes low. I think that captures it, but I understand that's a big issue, of course. Let's see, capitalize on the regional boom, I like that. The only other change is, go down to the second to last bullet, please. Okay, you already changed it, surrounding municipalities, that's fine. Then I'm fine with the changes that have been suggested. Well, I guess we're going to vote on each one. Is that it? So,
Yeah.
that's it for me.
Liz?
Okay, I have to disagree with some of the comments in here about the commercial villages and squares. I think the squares have been overlooked for a long time, and I think that the larger businesses have really not been under-supported by our town, and I think we're covering larger businesses in our 4th bullet, where we talk about capitalize on the regional boom, and I do agree with that change to regional. We do talk about bigger types of businesses there, but in the survey, and I keep going back to the survey, it was a huge, huge point that people made and stressed that they wanted to see the squares revitalized, that they want to support small local businesses, small local restaurants. And for years, we have not had adequate parking, and I just think the squares have been neglected. And I think that this does something to prioritize them, and that's what needs to be done. I do think we are prioritizing all of the other businesses. I don't see how we're neglecting anything in here. And I think that we need to keep the commercial villages and squares, because that's what creates a town. And if you lose those squares, you just become one big shopping mall or apartment complex strip down the main street. And the squares are what creates your place where people go. They go to shop, they go to church, they go to visit with people. And that's what creates a square. And I think we need to help those squares be strong. And I think we need to listen to what the residents said in the survey. And that was a huge priority. So I would like to see that stronger. Thank you.
Justine?
Well, the purpose I had focused on small business, because when we're looking at example, when we come to compete for a project or a project or license, our small business is what our town need to promote and assist with. That's why in the bullet that I originally had, I focused a lot on promoting and provide assistance to our small business. It's not that we don't look at large commercial business, but my main focus is how could we help our small business perspective, because if we think that every business the same size, we treating the same, it means that we will never have small business fund that helping to promote our village. So that's where I really want to add back to the small business as a priority versus all type of business.
So it would be great if we could hear from the public. Does anyone have any comments on this section? Please come to the mic. And we thank you all for bearing with us. This is like a long night, so thank you. Thank you.
Try to keep this quick. Al Barisi, 117 Pond Street. To echo what Ms. Page said, the survey was loud and clear on a number of issues, but one of them for the residents of this town were the sidewalks. Now, I may be looking at something extremely minute and blowing it way up, but the second to the last bullet, the way I read it, including accessible and adequate sidewalks to promote the health of businesses, tells me that we're prioritizing the businesses above the residents. In other words, residents have been complaining about the quality and the quantity of sidewalks, and we're saying, well, we'll do it for the businesses because we want to promote a healthy business, but you're going to have to wait for yours. What I would suggest is you change that, and it's in every single option. You word it exactly the same way. I would recommend you change the wording to include accessible and adequate sidewalks to promote pedestrian safety and consequently the health of businesses. Put the residents first, put the pedestrians first, and the businesses will get their reward.
Are you talking about the bullet, the beautification and maintenance of Braintree?
No, the commercial corridors, it's the last bullet in 1 and 2, and that's
Okay.
the second to last in 3.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Gail Saccone, 33 May Avenue. It's just in the wording of the one where we tried to do from option 1, listing different initiatives, signage, facades, improving, expanding parking facilities and all that. I kind of read that initially as being strategy. I'd like to go back to what is option 3, where it says, and I agree totally on the square priorities, but maybe just leave it at that's what we want to do and have the specifics of parking especially and everything else listed on, let's see, it's the 4th bullet of option 1. I don't think all of those specifics of what would be done need to be there. They should be under when we were talking further on. It would be in the strategy part of things.
You could just look at the screen, striking that part.
Yes, I think it was Erin that maybe had put it in as becoming part of option 3, and I'm just saying that maybe I don't think it all needs to be there. It does need to be dealt with at some point, and I'm seeing it more as a strategy to improve the health of the squares. That's just a comment.
Thank you.
Hi, Steve Shawshaw, Hollis Ave. 3 points. The first is what Shelley said about promoting economic growth while limiting physical growth. I hadn't thought about that, but I think that's exactly what the residents were saying in the survey. And I think we should add that in there, and I think it could easily be added in, pursue strategic economic growth in a way that limits physical growth, promotes local business, etc. The second thing would be about the taxes. You know, of course, you know, it is correct that we can't do everything in this master plan without increasing taxes, but I think you could keep the original sentence in there and say something about, rather than low residential taxes, keep the base tax rate low. Because I would presume that, like we have done with schools, like we will probably do at the high school, we will generate a list of things that we want to do, and we will go to the voters with a potential temporary tax, right, to fund these things. And we could keep the core rate low and just temporarily increase taxes to fund specific things that are voter approved. And then, the last point about the town squares, I agree with Liz for 2 reasons. One, you know, the residents have been clear in the survey about the town squares. But in addition, you know, if you think about Quincy Ave, there's not a lot that the town has to do to fix that, right? The businesses go there because they want to go there. The town squares have issues that we've known about for decades and haven't addressed. And in particular in the landing, you know, there was a town parking lot there and we sold it. We have hurt businesses, and I think we owe the town squares a special effort to bring them back to where they were years ago. So, I mean, I agree that they should both be in there, all business areas and town squares, but I do think town squares should be called out separately. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we want to go through each one and do the,
Yeah, because I've really changed a lot as people were
fist to
talking,
five?
so I think we should do
Okay.
the 5-finger for each section.
do you
of
want to
this.
read them?
Yeah. So now I was just changing things sort of in order of the way they were said. So if David suggested something, it might be different by the time we get to the end. So you should be on the lookout for that. Pursue strategic economic growth in a way that limits physical growth, promotes local business, repurposes blighted or underutilized previously developed sites, supports vibrant commercial squares, protects existing neighborhoods, and revitalizes business areas.
So
This is the
finger
finger
vote.
voting.
Yeah.
3, 4, 2. 3, 3, 3, 4, 1, 4, and 4. So Erin and Raina, can you tell me about your objections?
This is just to this line.
I know.
Okay, all right, good. Good.
Limits physical growth, pursues strategic economic growth in a way that, I don't know. That's the wording that I'm just not sure. I feel like quite reflects what I was thinking of with the strategic
So is your
economic growth.
suggestion careful?
Maybe, I just don't know
Maybe.
how it fits in. I was just trying to think of a
Okay.
way to write it different.
Raina, do you have the same
Careful physical
issue?
growth, yeah,
Different
that, yeah, yeah.
Want to limit physical growth.
With careful physical growth.
No, we say
I don't know.
Yeah, if you want, fine. I mean,
Yeah, that's better.
yeah, strategic economic growth, careful.
All right, can we go around again?
Yeah.
Is that better for you? Is that better?
I'll
I don't
be
like
free.
that growth is in there twice,
I
but
know,
we
it's in
shouldn't
there
wordsmith
twice.
right now.
How about just pursue strategic economic and careful physical growth?
All right, or I was going to say economic development, no, something like, that's fine, whatever. You can, I don't know if that's kind of.
Raina, does that change it from a 2 for you?
Yeah.
Okay, and does it take anybody down to a 2 in this group?
Do you want me to read this? It might be hard to read. Pursue strategic economic development with careful physical growth that promotes local businesses, it says local business, repurposes blighted or underutilized previously developed sites, supports vibrant commercial squares, protects existing neighborhoods, and revitalizes business areas. Julia has a comment.
Julia?
So I just wanted to make a suggestion. I know we're trying to get at something with physical growth, and I wonder if what it really is, and maybe I'm wrong, but I wonder if what really is impact. Like, we want to invite growth without inappropriately impacting the area. Is that kind of what we're getting at, or not?
What about respectful? Is that a good word? Because I think, if I may, through the chair, I mean, some of these sites, there's going to be physical growth on them. If anyone thinks that Armstrong Cork's going to be redeveloped and there's not going to be physical growth, I mean, that's just, there's nothing there. It's foundations and a gym. So, I mean, some of these sites are going to have physical growth. It just needs to be mindful. It needs to be respectful of the surrounding land use. It needs to be respectful of the surrounding built environment. Some environments can handle physical growth and some can't. And I think that's something that's not town-wide, it's more case by case depending on the location.
Okay, thank you. Liz?
To the survey and the data that we have. And there was a lot of outcry about limiting physical growth in that survey. And so maybe we want to put something in there that calls out maybe low scale or low density growth, because a lot of residents do not want any more growth. There was a lot of outcry about that, and as I have said a million times over, we need to listen to the residents. We have a fantastic survey, and I think we would be really remiss if we're not taking that into account when we're writing this.
Dave?
Say the exact opposite. This town is a town of 40,000 people. And by the way, it has not grown astronomically. In 1960, the population of Braintree was 30,000 people. 60-plus years later, it's not yet 40. So it hasn't grown that much. And the last thing we want to do is have our town be labeled as an anti-growth town. Now, that being said, I am also concerned about some of the impact that development has in certain parts of the town. So I'm not looking to present an anti-growth feel, but at the same time, I don't think that survey, which at best was 1,700 people, but the 1,700 people who answered that survey, number one, they were not speaking with a unified voice. And number two, they didn't design the survey. Some of them skipped questions. If I understand correctly, only 58% of the people who answered the survey answered 100% of the questions. And they didn't get the opportunity to actually explain their beliefs and their opinions. Sometimes they gave, because of the way the questions were worded, one-word answers. Well, we're dealing with a very complicated way of operating our town. And to feel like we're having to be beholden to a survey that was answered by 1,700 people out of almost 40,000, when they never were actually given the opportunity to spell out in sentences and paragraphs what they actually feel, leaves me saying, yes, I note what I see in the survey, but I don't feel as if we need to be beholden to statistics that are contained in a survey that could be the opinion of like 400 or 500 people. And if that's all we're going to do is take a look at the survey and mirror whatever the results of the survey say, then we're ignoring the thoughts of 38,000 other people who might feel differently.
I am going to chime in here and say that we have a 99% statistical certainty based on the survey results that it is representative of the residents. I am going to chime in and say we have spent thousands of dollars of taxpayers' dollars on that survey. And if we didn't think as a committee that it was useful, that it was valuable, then we should have spoke up and not spent the taxpayer dollars. I'm going to say that residents of this town are tired of not being listened to, and they come out when they're angry, and we all know that. And I'm going to say that this transparency and telling them that this is their master plan, that we care about your input, and then saying, oh, but we really don't, is offensive to me, and I find it extremely offensive, and I am not going to support anything that isn't supported by the residents. We have spent their money. This is not your money and not your money. This is their dollars on this survey, and I find that extremely offensive. And I would love to know who else on this committee feels that the residents' opinion is not valid, because I find it extremely offensive.
I would like to add to that residents had opportunity to write out sentences and give their opinions to the questions. So there was a lot of feedback, and if you read those comments, you would understand it. So I don't know if everybody in the group hasn't read the survey, but it's a huge, valuable tool, and we need to think about it. I'm not an expert on writing a master plan, neither is anyone else in this group. But the residents know what the residents want, and we went out and we were looking for community feedback. As Jen said, we spent tens of thousands of dollars on this, and if we are not going to listen to what these residents told us, then you're basically saying these opinions that the residents gave us are worthless and that you know better, and I totally disagree. Nobody is saying in this group to be anti-business. We are not trying to turn anyone away, but I think you have to be very mindful the town does not want to be urbanized. The population, they don't want a huge population increase. They don't want to be like neighboring cities. They want to be a town, the town of Braintree, and I will not represent something that doesn't reflect what the residents told me, because I feel that that is my obligation, and I think that there is a level of expectation from our residents that we as committee members will represent them. Thank you.
Julia.
I would like to return to the question of the language that we were considering, because the phrase that's at issue is physical growth. And the question is not whether residents sometimes object to the size of things, because sometimes they do. But sometimes they also object to the amount of traffic that it might introduce. Sometimes they object to the amount of light pollution it may create. Sometimes they object to the encroachment it might cause on our natural habitat. There's many ways that residents can object to some aspect of development. Physical growth is only one of them, and so for that reason, I would like to suggest that we revisit the idea of respectful of surrounding land use, because I think that that is the broadest language that encompasses the various ways in which residents can object to all kinds of growth. It's not a question of not respecting what residents feel on it. It's a question of trying to capture it appropriately. And I think that respectful of surrounding land use does that.
So going back to this question, is that something that we can live with, respectful of surrounding land uses?
Do you want me to read the full?
Yes, maybe.
Okay. So pursue strategic economic development that is respectful of surrounding land uses. I'll have to reword this, but that promotes local businesses, repurposes blighted or underutilized previously developed sites, supports vibrant commercial squares, protects existing neighborhoods, and revitalizes business areas.
So do we want to take a finger vote? We got to move.
You want to do the five-finger vote? Yep.
Everyone.
Okay, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3. Okay, so we can move on.
Okay.
Do you want to take the first three all together again?
Yes.
Do you want me to read them?
Well, I have contacts in. I'm like.
It's okay,
seeing
I'm
double.
happy reading them.
I'm like
Okay.
red, black, underlined.
So as they all do now, it starts with Braintree will focus local efforts on, including but not limited to, developing strategic community-supported plans for economic growth for any area of the town that is appropriate for increased development, such as the Ivory Street Corridor, South Shore Plaza, Armstrong Cork, and Wood Road areas. Braintree will strive to fulfill its revenue needs with a balanced effort to foster strategic commercial growth in order to help keep the base tax rate low. And then the third bullet, repurposing key blighted and underutilized properties and areas of interest carefully and strategically based on comprehensive community supported plans. It's a little rough, but we might want to wordsmith a little bit to smooth these out, but if you can just vote on the gist of these. Do you want to just start with the five-finger votes? Jen?
Yep,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was
On these
trying to
three.
absorb it.
Okay. So I have 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay, so we can move on. The next three, capitalizing on the regional boom in the professional, scientific, and technical industries and proximity to Boston to create job opportunities and that doesn't make sense, for residents, and enhance the town's ability to recruit life sciences and health sciences and other companies to invest in the community. Next bullet, beautifying and activating Braintree Square, South Braintree Square, and the Landing to promote local businesses and expand the range of business types. And then the third bullet, actively promoting and helping to sustain a variety of sizes of businesses, as well as artists and entrepreneurs, to ensure a healthy mix of restaurants and retail, including locally owned, in new buildings, renovated or redeveloped structures, and preserved historic buildings. I think the sentence needs work, but I'm hoping we can at least just talk about the content of it without focusing too much on wordsmithing.
How many more bullets after that?
It's just one, so I'll read that
So
one too.
maybe we'll take that one. yeah.
Improving commercial corridors connecting surrounding municipalities, rather than listing them all, with improved transportation systems for vehicles, pedestrians, and the MBTA, including accessible and adequate sidewalks to promote pedestrian safety and consequently the health of businesses. So it's those last four we're voting on. I'll reduce this a little so you can see them all on the screen. Okay.
Justine?
I added the feedback on. I'm not sure adding those business is promote our economic tax growth or for job opportunity for residents. Because if you're looking at high tech, biotech, healthcare, we don't work on where we live.
Why don't we strike that?
Region.
Regional residents?
Or why don't we, instead of residents, why don't we say the region?
Yeah.
Like that? Okay. Do you want me to read that again since I changed it?
No. Well,
Okay,
I
you
don't
got
know.
it?
Does anyone? No.
Okay, so we're doing the five-finger voting on these four altogether. If you can live with them. 4, I can't see, Shelley, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 4. Okay, it looks like everyone is. Okay, phew.
Okay, so we are at core theme 3. Go ahead.
Core theme 3, option 1. Upgraded roadways and traffic infrastructure that are safe, reduce neighborhood cut-through traffic, and help residents get around the town and region. Braintree residents will have safe and well-maintained roads with strategically managed signalization to reduce congestion and reduce cut-through traffic in residential neighborhoods. Bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and crossings will promote safety by minimizing interactions with vehicular traffic and will enable Braintree school children to navigate to school independently and safely, convenient walking and biking commuting alternatives to the train stations and bus stops. options for getting safely around town, particularly to and from residential neighborhoods, town squares, and recreational facilities. Braintree residents, including older adults, will have a variety of options for local and regional commutes, such as a local trolley and on-demand bus services that offer rides to the town's business districts and other locally frequented areas. Core theme,
Core Theme 3, Option 2, upgrade roadways and traffic infrastructure to improve safety for all users, reduce neighborhood cut-through traffic, and produce better connectivity between the two sides of the highway to help people get safely around town and region. Braintree will focus local efforts on improving safety of local roads with traffic calming measures through physical design, increasing enforcement to reduce speeding, as well as reduce cut-through traffic and restricting commercial trucks in residential neighborhoods. Promoting regular maintenance and a unified design of roads and sidewalks to improve road condition and safety, including regular sidewalk plowing along school routes. Collaborating regionally to improve road safety through best practices, including at Braintree Split and Union Street Rotary. Upgrading bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and crossings that are ADA compliant to promote safety by minimizing interactions with vehicular traffic and enable Braintree school children to navigate to school independently and safely. Convenient walking and biking commuting alternatives to train stations and bus stops. Options for getting safely around town, particularly to and from residential neighborhoods, town squares, and recreational facilities, including connections from one side of town to the other, such as over Route 3. Expanding variety of options for local and regional commutes, including for older adults, such as local trolley and on-demand bus services that offer rides to the town's business districts and other locally frequented areas.
all right, core theme 3, option 3, upgrade roadways and traffic infrastructure to improve safety for all users, reduce neighborhood cut-through traffic and traffic calming measures throughout the town. In addition, increase connectivity throughout the different areas of the town, improving the safety of local roads with traffic calming measures through physical design, increasing enforcement to reduce speeding and cut-through traffic, restrict commercial trucks in residential neighborhoods, collaborating regionally with the state when applicable to improve road safety and redesign traffic flow to ease congestion and safety where needed, pedestrian and infrastructure and crossings that are ADA compliant to promote safety by minimizing interactions with vehicular traffic and enable Braintree school children to navigate school independently and safely, convenient walking and biking commuting alternatives to the train stations and bus stops where it does not interfere with parking access and traffic, options for getting safely around the town, particularly to and from residential neighborhoods, town squares, and recreational facilities, including connections from one side of town to the other, expanding the variety of options for local and regional commutes, including for older adults, such as a local trolley and on-demand bus service that offer rides to the town's business districts and other locally frequented areas.
Okay, so we're looking for the base, and maybe we'll start with the audience on what core theme 1, 2, or 3 you find the most appealing. So raise your hand if it is core theme 1. I'm sorry, option 1. So 2 votes. Option 2, 3 votes. 4. Are you option? Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to start over again. Option 1, 2 votes. Option 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Option 3. 1, 2. 2. Okay, so why don't we go around, start with you, Dave. What option? 2.
Jen, do you mind if we just do it by show of hands? I think it's a little faster. Yeah.
Absolutely. Option 1. I can't even remember now.
That's dead.
Okay, that was 0. Yep.
Okay, option 1. Option 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and option 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you vote? 2. Okay, so 2.
So it was 6 for 2.
Yep,
Yep.
so let's start with 2, and what would you change in 2?
Madam Chair, may I make a comment before we get to the board members? In the first sentence where it says upgrade roadways and traffic infrastructure, I would just suggest changing the word traffic to transportation, because that's actually what traffic is, and the network is a transportation network. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go line by line?
I think we'll go around and just ask if anyone has changes first.
Okay.
Did you want David to go first again?
Yes, please.
I have no changes.
The only change I had was in bullet point 2, where it says, "in safety, including regular sidewalk plowing." I changed regular to timely. I mean, I'm just...
Timely, I see, okay. Okay. Erin?
My only comment is on upgrade roadways. I think in order to accommodate all the pieces of a roadway, it would just say roadway corridor so that we are sure to include the roadway surface and sidewalks within the corridor. So that's my only edit.
Julia?
As I looked through this, the main change that struck me is that the bulleted items include lots of things about bicycles and shuttles, alternative modes of transportation to cars. And the core theme, the core theme summary doesn't really capture that. So if that's going to be such a significant portion of our bullets, then I think it makes sense to have it incorporated into the core theme 3, the summary. The way that I would do that is I would add the phrase prioritizing pedestrian access and supporting alternative modes of transportation such as bikes and shuttles.
Where would you add that? Just at the end?
I think you could put it either after safety for all users or after reducing cut-through traffic. I think there's a number of right answers to that question.
Can you just repeat what you said, though?
Prioritizing pedestrian access and supporting alternative modes of transportation, such as bikes and shuttles. The reason, aside from wanting to just accurately represent what's in the bullets, I put it, it seems to me sensible to put it in there because in my conversations with so many residents during meetings in a box and on the surveys and so forth, there's a huge interest in increasing the walkability of Braintree. And it's not easy to get around by foot in Braintree. And it's even harder if you're not using feet, but you're in a wheelchair or something like that. So I would like to see it accurately represent what's in the bullets, and that's my main comment.
Okay.
No changes.
Okay, so I have a change. Convenient walking and biking commuting alternatives to the train station and bus stops. I think I liked Justine's where it says not to interfere with traffic congestion and parking. We can't take away parking at the squares to add bike lanes. So it's already tough enough. So I would like that to be noted. And then I don't understand, are we building a bridge over Route 3? Like, what does that mean? Town squares and recreational facilities, including connections from one side of the town to the other. I get that, but such as over Route 3? We're going to build a pedestrian walkway? Yes.
Had people saying that they would like a bridge.
I didn't see that on the survey.
I was looking at it. Now, I know I'm only being facetious when I say this. I'm not
All right.
picking a fight or anything. But in looking at the results of the survey, there were a few people who did respond with adding a bridge over Route 3. Now, I know it's economically very difficult to accomplish. It's not a terrible thing to consider, though. So for purposes of the question that was just posed, I wouldn't rule it out, knowing full well that financially it's probably not in the works any day soon.
Okay, well, I think that, I've got to believe there's another way around Route 3 for walking. Am I wrong? Underneath? There's an underpass, right? Okay, all right.
Did you want me to strike the such as over Route 3, or?
I mean, I think over Route 3, I mean, I don't know, that seems quite a stretch, like when we have a high school that's fallen apart, like, but it sounds like we have something under Route 3 already. Is that right, or no?
Yes, if I may, Madam
Please.
Chair. So is this a pedestrian or a vehicle alternative route or enhancement to connect the east and west parts of the town?
Well, I'm not sure whether you're referring to a tunnel that once existed. I don't know if it still exists
It's
or
still there.
not.
I have actually done a lot of research on it recently, so.
I personally, in thinking about this and discussing it, was thinking, you know, if it was going to be strictly aspirational, some form of a bridge in addition to what's already going over the highway. And do I want to choose that bridge over a new high school? No, I do not. But it's an aspirational thing.
Could we improve the tunnel? Is there a tunnel improvement required?
I don't think we're getting into specifics per se at this level. Yeah.
It's just in here, so I'm like, why?
Well, what I've done is just make it more broad. I have including connections from one side of town to the other and struck the part about, it doesn't eliminate that possibility.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I got.
Thank you. I have just one, and I'm not quite sure where to add this, if it's bullet point 3, 4, or 5. I think it pertains to any of those three, and that is the connecting of public transportation hubs with our local commerce centers. This is what they would call the last mile from our public transit centers. We do not have the means of transporting multiple groups of people, as in a bus or a shuttle bus, from the train station to the various commerce centers that I think would help us take cars off of our roads. When I say commerce centers, I'm trying to incorporate both of our what we call the squares from a healthy perspective, what we call business parks, and perhaps hopefully outlying lab facilities from some of these other businesses.
Burlington did that.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a way to change this last bullet. The way it reads now is expanding variety of options for local and regional commutes, including for older adults, such as a local trolley and on-demand bus service that offer rides to the town's business districts and other locally frequented area. I feel like it's on the cusp of saying what you're getting at.
Right, and I think that last statement is more specific to, I like this idea of on-demand for folks in our neighborhoods getting to the commerce centers. This is a bit more specific about those workers or employees or folks who are coming to this town to shop or pursue something from an arts perspective or anything of that nature, that from a public transportation, if they take it, they're not abandoned at our transportation hubs without means of getting to their destination within our town. Where we're leveraging, I would say that would leverage some of these opportunities and ideas of these shuttle buses and whatnot, and I know that there has in the past been programs where our planning department has required monies to be added into a public transit solution. Thank you.
Great idea. Oh, Melissa, sorry.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to follow up on Mr. Reynolds' points there, you know, and thinking a little larger and regionally and along the lines of an RTA, which are the Regional Transportation Associations. They haven't quite made their way to the South Shore, but they're very popular in Metro West. Wellesley, Needham, those towns use them so that people can get to the train station, and then to Mr. Reynolds' point, they get that ride to their home or to a more local area where a spouse or a family member can pick them up. So I would be wondering if the group would be okay to include, if something like that comes to the region, that Braintree as a community participates in something like that. And in my experience, in my other life, it's typically funded through development. So developers would actually provide the funding so that Braintree could participate in something like this, and residents and workers in the area could take advantage of it. And my second point that I wanted to make is that understanding that there's a priority between people walking, people driving, people parking, people biking, that depending on what is happening with a particular street and the level of redesign and the level of reconstruction, that a complete street may in fact be required, and that's going to require dedicated bike lanes. So in some situations, we may not be able to avoid the inclusion of a bike lane based on MassDOT's requirements for complete streets. So just wanted to just share those. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you want a specific change here?
I
I'm
was
just trying to
making
follow.
suggestions. I'm not sure if the committee wants to include the regional transit, but I think that is really sort of the way things are going.
Would you
and-
include that as a separate bullet? I just wanna-
No, I would include that down in the bottom where we talk about expanding variety of options for local and regional commutes.
And how, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. How would you include that?
I would suggest membership in local regional transit associations.
Justine.
That's why I added the idea of how can we work with the state to help us provide a more safety and more smooth traffic flow to avoid congestions. So I know it's when Melissa talking about a different program that probably be part of the strategy when we're looking at how we fulfill that versus is part of the vision item, the item here, but it just come to my mind that every time we ask for changing traffic light change or direction change, like it's always got back to us, or we don't control it, town Braintree don't control it. That's why I wanted, and if you're looking at page 9, the last bullet that I had is what I wanted to incorporate into it.
Maybe just cut and paste.
Sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
Oh, you already did. I'm getting tired. So do we want to take this, well, we should take public comment. So is there any comments from the audience on?
No, we haven't finished.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm so sorry, yeah. Yeah, wait, sorry. I thought Justine was
No,
last.
sorry, I skipped.
I thought she was talking about Melissa's
I
point.
just-
So, then, anyway. All right, I'm fine with it. I agree with the comments, including planning director. I don't care whether we include Route 3 or not. I think, connections and, throughout the town is fine. But I liked everybody else's additions. I have no further changes.
I only have one comment in this section, and it's in 1, 2, 3, bullet number 4. I would just like to switch the order. Instead of saying upgrading bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, change it to upgrading pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. It's just a minor point. Other than that, I'm fine.
Justine?
For the bullet number 3, we're talking about Braintree Square and Union Street. This is where I had question because Five Corner is the most dangerous place in town. So I like our old master plan where we're talking about connecting the town together through linkage and not particularly indicate which area of the town need to be safe. So example, if you talk about Braintree Square, Union Street, which they just recently redo the whole design on the rotary already. Whereas Five Corner coming, that it was studied years ago to the point that there's nothing else we can do about it. So that's where, if I get a chance to change, I would like to, where adding my bullet of working with the state to do a better study on traffic calm and control versus a particular area in town.
So just delete that third bullet.
That's a good point.
If I can add my, yeah.
Do you want to go around or did you wanted to take public
I
comment?
wanted to take public comment, if anyone had any public comments. Okay, so I was thinking that we could take a vote, and then we could take a quick break, and then reconvene for section 4 in like 5 minutes, which would be housing. Okay, so do we want to read it, does everyone want to read it aloud all over again, or is everyone comfortable with the changes that they're seeing?
But it's a challenge. And
Yeah.
I think people, the
Do
audience
you,
maybe.
do you want me to go by section or just the whole thing?
Just read
the
the whole
whole
thing.
The whole thing, okay. Upgrade roadway corridors and transportation infrastructure to improve safety for all users, reduce neighborhood cut-through traffic, prioritize pedestrian access and support alternative modes of transportation such as bicycles and shuttles, and produce better connectivity between the two sides of the highway to help people get safely around the town and region. Braintree will focus local efforts on, including but not limited to, improving safety of local roads with traffic calming measures through physical design, increasing enforcement to reduce speeding, as well as reducing cut-through traffic and restricting commercial trucks in residential neighborhoods, promoting regular maintenance and a unified design of roads and sidewalks to improve road condition and safety, including timely sidewalk plowing along school routes, upgrading pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure and including crossings that are ADA compliant to promote safety by minimizing interactions with vehicular traffic and enable Braintree school children to navigate to school independently and safely, convenient walking and biking, commuting alternatives to the train stations and bus stops where it does not interfere with parking access and traffic, options for getting safely around town, particularly to and from residential neighborhoods, town squares, and recreational facilities, including connections from one side of town to the other. Collaborating regionally and with the state when applicable to improve road safety and redesign traffic flow to ease congestion and safety where needed. This could include membership. I think that doesn't make sense. To ease congestion, we already say improve road safety and redesign. I think we can just say to ease congestion where needed. Yeah, and then I included what Melissa had said. This could include membership in regional transit collaborations. I don't know if I got that right, because I'm tired. Let's keep it in for now and just do the voting and see if people want to take it out. And then the last one is expanding variety of transportation options for local and regional commuters and visitors to the town's commercial squares, business district, and other locally frequented areas. This could include local options such as a local trolley and on-demand bus services such as for older adults. I'll have to wordsmith this later because there's a lot of repeating things, but I think we can still vote on it.
All right, let's do the vote.
So 4, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 3. Okay, so everybody. Okay.
Okay. And any public comment on this specific? Okay, all right. We're going to take a break, like 3-minute break. Went from 5 to 3. Yes, Shelley. Okay. All right. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay, break time. Oh, we're going to take a vote. If we can take a break, we're going to vote on it. Who would like to take a break? Okay. All right, it looks like the majority rules.
self-serve one is like, oh, I loved those.
Okay, everyone. Everyone, please have a seat. We're going to resume the meeting. Okay, it's 9:30 almost, so let's jump right in. Kay is going to start by reading core theme 4, option 1.
All right. Core theme 4, option 1, enhance community vitality with careful growth policies that preserve and improve existing single-family neighborhoods, plan and create a diversity of alternative housing options, including affordable housing options. Braintree will focus local efforts on enhancing pride and attractiveness through educational opportunities about town history, public art such as murals and art installations, and cultural events and celebrations. Actively promoting the community's social vitality and healthy, supportive community bonds with improvements to public gathering spaces, public recreational and other community programming, and social services. Creating and enhancing land use policies that protect neighborhoods, community members, and the environment from its impacts of commercial and other incongruent land uses. Promoting a diversity of housing options that include lower density housing types such as two-family, townhouses, cottages, tiny homes, and the like that help address the challenges of Braintree's most vulnerable community members, including seniors and veterans. Increasing the affordable housing stock to reach the state's goal that 10% of year-round housing stock is listed at on the state's subsidized housing inventory to help address affordable housing needs and to provide more local control over development proposals under MGL C40B.
Would anyone mind if I skip to option 3 and skip over the, are you shaking your head yes?
Just do it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because 2 was the original one, right, Madam Chair? Everyone's
Skipping
seen
the
that?
original that we
Yeah.
modified, which that was the modification. Okay. Core theme 4, option 3, enhance community vitality with careful growth policies that preserve and improve existing residential areas, including existing single-family and multifamily neighborhoods. Limit future growth to low-density development that addresses residents' needs, age-restricted housing, veterans housing, service-enriched housing, and smaller single-family accessible starter homes. Create and enhance land use policies that protect neighborhoods, community members, and the environment from the impacts of high-density land uses. Town pride and attractiveness through the preservation of historic resources through educational opportunities about town history, cultural events, and celebrations. Increasing the affordable housing stock to reach the state's goal of 10% of the year-round housing stock is listed on the state's subsidized housing inventory to help address affordable housing needs and provide more local control over development proposals under MGL C40B. Okay, so that's 2 core themes, and those of you left in the audience and those of us here will decide which one we start with as a base. It's a base, so there can be changes, and we can merge some from each. But why don't we go with? It was 1 and 3. So why don't we go for a vote? If you have a vote for 1. I'll take everything. I'll take both. 1, 2, 3, 7. Okay, 7 in the group and 1 in the audience, and 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 in the audience and 3 in the Okay, so let's start working on 1. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, let's get to work. So the first line, and let's just talk about, we need to keep it under 2 minutes because this topic could get wordy. Everyone's got 2 minutes for each line, and only what you want to change and why.
Jen? I think the way we did it before was just anything you wanted to change in the whole,
Do we want to
Or-
take it as a whole?
and then we'll go back and do the voting by line.
Okay, okay, let's do that. So any changes, not, I love this, just changes. David, please start.
And we're commenting on option 1 right now, right?
So we went with option 1, and we need you to say what is not acceptable to you or needs to be changed.
The only thing I want to do is address the fact that there are some areas that are highlighted in yellow. Now, they're included in the language right
That's
now,
not
right?
relevant, that, like, the yellow is just,
Okay. Then I have no requests for changes.
thank you. Erin?
I just have a couple changed requests in the very first sentence. Enhance community vitality with strategic instead of careful. Growth policies that preserve, protect, and improve existing, and instead of single-family, just residential neighborhoods, and that's it. Thank you.
Julia?
Everything else is fine.
I think those are good changes. I would, if we're going to take single-family neighborhoods out of the core theme summary, then I would add it to the list of diverse housing options that we are going to embrace in bullet 4. So where we have listed many options, I would add single-family housing to that list.
Okay.
No changes other than what's been mentioned.
Is that my timer? You waited all night for that.
I know, I was like waiting.
Okay, I have changes. The resident survey made it clear. In fact, the most strongly opposed initiatives were small apartments on single-family properties, 2-family homes and duplexes, multifamily complexes with amenities. You can see multifamily and cluster is down at 8% versus other options. So I would like it to say enhance community vitality with careful growth policies that preserve existing single-family neighborhoods, plan and create a diversity of low-density housing options, including affordable housing. And then in bullet number 1, 2, 3, 4, the areas that residents would like to see development on are not actually listed here. The areas that residents would like to see, number 1, serviced and rich housing, 72.15%. Number 2, single-family homes, 65.76%. Number 3, age-restricted housing, 61%. And accessible homes, 58%. And smaller cottage-style homes is another, like, 50%. So that's what I would like to see called out and listed.
Are you talking about in this bullet that starts with promoting a diversity of housing options?
Yep, that include lower density housing types such as, and I would like to strike 2-family because that is one of literally the most opposed options that is in the resident survey. So I would like to strike it. I don't know if we need to say townhouses. I would say cottages, tiny homes. What residents picked? Number one, service enriched housing. 72% of residents selected that. Age-restricted housing, 61%, so if we ignore the single-family. Accessible homes, 58%, and smaller cottage-style homes. That's what the residents asked for, and that's what I think we should give them.
Madam Chair, are you kind of more in line with bullet 1 and option 3? Because that listed out.
Hold on, let me look.
What you had just, and if that satisfies it, we could just.
Hold on,
cut
let me
and
just
paste.
look.
Yep.
Oh, bullet no, okay, limit. Yes, that's good.
So we could use the beginning that says promoting a diversity of housing options that include lower density housing types such as, and then we could pick up where it says age restricted housing, veteran housing, service enriched, and smaller single family accessible starter homes.
Yes.
Does
Thank you.
accessible mean ADA accessible or financially accessible?
ADA.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm asking for the, I mean, townhouses could very well be age-restricted housing, but that the most strongly opposed initiatives in the survey were small apartments, again, 2 families, duplexes, multifamilies with amenities, and flexible and cluster development. So I'm going to honor what the residents have spoken, and I think we should honor that request. Joe.
Thank you. All right. Opening statement, I would agree with a previous speaker as far as the enhanced community vitality with strategic growth policies that preserve, protect, and improve existing residential neighborhoods and plan and create a diversity and create a diversity. The rest is fine. Let's see. I'm good. And let's see. What is the? I just want to read that changes. Promoting a diversity of housing options that include housing. I'm just having a trouble picking up the red. Housing that addresses residents' needs. Age restricting housing. Thank you. Veterans housing. Thank you. I'm good with that, and I'm good.
Raina.
I know, go back up to the top again, if you wouldn't mind. Let me see what I got here. Okay, so now what have we got here? I'm good with the way the opening sentence is written now. I guess I'd like to have a little more variety of housing options. I know the survey focused on those things, but I guess I hate to shut the door on any kind of multifamily. Well, let's leave it.
Leave it?
Yep.
Liz.
Okay. In the first paragraph, enhance community vitality, I would like to strike the portion of it that says create a diversity of housing, alternative housing options. I think we could say plan and supply housing options that include, and then I would like to include the items that the Braintree residents told us we want. Once again, we went and we asked everybody what they wanted. We spent tens of thousands of dollars. We had a mayor stand up here and say to us, it's not his master plan, It's not your master plan. It's the residents' master plan. So we need to listen to the residents. This section got a huge response, and I think we need to honor it. I would like to substitute the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet with the bullet from core theme 3, which limit future growth to low-density development that addresses residents' needs, age-restricted housing, and veterans' housing, serviced and enriched housing, and smaller single-family accessible starter homes. And then I think we should also add in the phrase, create and enhance land use policies that protect neighborhoods, community members, and the environment from the impacts of high-density land uses. Then, in addition to that, the very last bullet, where it talks about the affordable housing goal of 10%, I would like to switch that just with the wording. It's very similar, but the wording in option 3, I think is just a little more clear. And to me, what the residents have said is a non-starter. This is so important. We need to listen to what they told us. And that is what I'm doing. And if you're not going to do it, I think you deserve to explain to the residents why you're not going to listen to them. Thank you.
Justine?
I think I agree with Liz just said, because high density is, the residents, communities need to protect it from high density development, so I'm totally agree on that.
All right, do you want me to read it?
Should we take public comment first? I think we should take a public comment first. So for all of you who are left, thank you so much. So please feel free to come up and speak.
I'm good, honey, thank you.
Chris Fitzgerald, Lawson Lane. Just one question. Did you move to strike core theme 4, option 1, the 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet? Because it says there, promoting a diversity of housing options, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and the like. And I think that is like a huge open door.
And I think that needs to be reflected in there through the items that are written in core theme
3.
Or option 3.
Do you want me to read the way it stands? Just, I know the red line is a little hard to read sometimes. That bullet point currently reads, limit future growth to low-density development, including housing that addresses residents' needs, age-restricted housing, veterans housing, service-enriched housing, and smaller single-family accessible starter homes. Perfect. Thank you.
Can I make one comment?
Please, Melissa?
And I understand, because I've, spent a fair amount of time looking at the survey data, that these are populations that you're mentioning here. These are not housing types. And I just want people to be clear that you very infrequently will you open an ordinance and see veterans housing, age restricted. You might see 55 plus, you might see that in an overlay, serviced and rich housing. So I just want to be clear that these are not typically terms that you would see used in a zoning ordinance to describe housing. It's typically single family, 2 family, you might see duplex, you might see townhouse, you'll see multifamily, you'll see congregate, you'll see those types of terms. So I just want to make sure that everyone's clear that you're identifying populations to be served or populations to be housed, not housing types. I understand. I understand that. I'm just trying to make the distinction that, and it gets, when you specifically call out who is going to live somewhere, that isn't something that you would see in a zoning ordinance.
I understand. I think
Okay.
that the survey said,
No, I understand that. I'm
what
just-
housing do you want? And so that's what we're trying to reflect.
I understand that. I understand that.
Is there any more public comments? Thank you. Just please state your name and address.
Steve Shasha, Hollis Ave. If you can give me a moment, Jill Coyle submitted something to the committee, and she asked me to read it into the record, so she gave me a little condensed version, so if you can just give me a minute to read through this. I know it's late, but members of the Master Plan Steering Committee, in my absence, I forwarded a letter to the committee. I am providing this abbreviated version to comply with the committee's rules. My comments pertain to the November 17th meeting, and specifically the push to remove predominantly single-family home from the draft vision statement. It is difficult to understand why this statement is so controversial and inappropriate today when it has been the sentiment of the majority of residents for 3+ decades. In 1998, the master plan stated the vision. It is a town of single-family neighborhoods effectively buffered from the impacts of commercial and industrial development. The land use section said the persistent ideal which has emerged in the public meetings and workshops held in the course of this planning process has been of a town of single-family neighborhoods served by revitalized district commercial centers with historic character. In the housing section, it said, in the area of housing, Braintree has a clear commitment to preserving and enhancing its single-family residential neighborhoods. The housing action plan stated the housing action plan was developed in response to the following objectives: to preserve and enhance single-family neighborhoods as the core of Braintree's housing resource. In 2008, with the adoption of a mayoral form of government, although Braintree chose this form of government, they were very vocal about retaining the suburban character of the town, and the town's first mayor listened to the residents, and Braintree became known as the city known as the town of Braintree. 13 other communities have applied for similar naming, and it has been granted by the state. In 2018-2019, there was promotion and later rejection of adopting 40R and comprehensive zoning plan. Due to the outpouring of residents' unfavorable stance on both 40R, very similar to transit-oriented development, and the comprehensive zoning plan, the 40R proposal was withdrawn very early in the process. For the same reason, finally, in December of 2019, the comprehensive zoning plan was withdrawn as well. This was considered a major victory by a majority of the residents. I would encourage all members of this committee to watch the video of the initial comprehensive zoning plan public hearing to gain perspective. The majority of the residents continue to support single-family homes as part of maintaining the suburban character of the town, as evidenced through the objective results of the survey. She goes over the results of the survey: 72% service enriched, 65%. Jen just went over that, so I won't go through that. The committee was tasked with representing the residents of Braintree by providing input for the development of the master plan. The survey conducted by the committee clearly demonstrate what the majority of respondents support and what they do not support. Page 38 of the existing conditions report states that 31% of Braintree housing units are multifamily and 69% are single-family. Almost 1/3 of the town's housing stock are multifamily. For those committee members supporting an agenda that contradicts the wishes of the residents, how many more multifamily units do you want to build? How many do you think will truly be affordable? How long will you insist that the town pursue this initiative? I look forward to your responses. Respectfully, Jill Coyle, Parkside Ave, District 1. For my own comments, I just have one, really. Anywhere that you say including is problematic, because when you say limit future growth to low-density development, including, and then you list out the things that residents said they wanted, that doesn't preclude everything else. That doesn't say that we won't have multifamily or cluster or anything else that residents said they don't want. Second and final comment for me on this is that low density really doesn't have a lot of meaning. We have multifamily units in Braintree Square here that are 30, 35 units per acre. Braintree residents said single family. They said no to even 2 families. So when you talk about low density, would you say 20 units per acre is low density? It's lower density, but is it low? Who makes that determination? So putting something in the master plan that truly has no meaning at all is not really what the residents asked for. And I would like to bring up 2 more points that aren't related to this, and I don't expect the committee to resolve them tonight, but I've been waiting months for the conversation about the Phase 1 existing conditions report, which we were told there would be a further discussion on, but there hasn't been. And it is full of errors, and at some point this committee needs to have a discussion about Phase 1 before moving on to Phase 3. 2 more things. One is that, similar to former planning board member Coyle, I understand that maybe current planning board member Bill Grove had something to say, and the public doesn't know what his comments were. I think it would be helpful if we could hear them. And then the last thing is, I have asked for months now through Jen and through the mayor's office to get the data from the survey, the raw data, and it has not been provided. So I'm asking this group, since there's a representative from the mayor's office and the consultants and the steering committee, why can the residents not have that data? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kathy Tuffy, Prescott Lane. I live near the landing. So I would like to address the issue of neighborhoods in Braintree, and that we have very distinct neighborhoods in Braintree. I love living near Braintree, near the landing, because I can walk to the restaurants, the tea station, the bank, post office. It's not for everybody. Somebody who lives in the Highlands might have a different point of view, but I think we need to be respectful for all of the Braintree's neighborhoods, and in that respect, we need to make sure that there are options for all the residents of Braintree. So I would agree that we need to take out the single family in the first line and stick with existing residential neighborhoods. That I like that. I also think that we should keep the original general statement, create a diversity of alternative housing options, including affordable housing options, because what was changed before, it was you just brought up something that was addressed in this bullet to the top. So I think that the core theme 4 should say enhance community vitality with careful growth policies that preserve and improve existing neighborhoods, plan and create a diversity of alternative housing options, including affordable housing options. For the bullet point that starts with limit future growth to low density development, again, I think that we need to consider that Braintree is a community of diverse neighborhoods, and the landing is distinct from the Highlands. Braintree Square is distinct from over near the plaza. So I would suggest for this bullet point, promoting something more general, promoting a diversity of housing options that include accessibility to mass transit and that help address the challenges of young families, seniors, veterans, and residents with disabilities.
Could you read that part again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Promoting a diversity of housing options that include accessibility to mass transit and that help address the challenges of young families, seniors, veterans, and residents with disabilities. So I think that we need to be more general here and be respectful of all the neighborhoods in Braintree, those that are more densely populated, such as the Landing or Braintree Square, as well as other areas. Thank you.
Oh, please.
Carrie Fitzgerald, 15 Livoli Ave. I would argue, so where we said strategic growth policies in the kind of header of the core theme 4, if we're going to put in strategic, I think that it should be careful strategic, because kind of the definition of strategic growth is intentional growth for expansion. So if we are going to try to grow to expand, which we already kind of discussed with Mr. Cunningham before when he brought up the population and the limit of growth over the years thus far, that's kind of what the residents continue to want to see, is a very slow growth moving forward, not like a huge kind of abundance of growth in a city. So I think that we should be calling it careful strategic growth if we are going to leave that in there. I would agree with Jill Coyle's statements about single-family residential neighborhoods, and then the promoting a diversity of housing options with accessibility to mass transit. I would argue, I think that it's nice for people who live near the Landing who are able to walk there, but I don't see the Landing and the build up there as a success. I think it's kind of a nightmare if you try to drive there. There's nowhere to park. You can't really enjoy it if you don't live with a close proximity to it. So I would argue that that should not be a goal, to have kind of future housing very close to mass transit like that, because it kind of limits the possibility to do other things with areas near mass transit in the future. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Raina.
So, I mean, you know, the data shows a lot of support for single-family housing, the neighborhoods and the character. But I also think, you know, we also need to listen to the other voices and the other issues that have come up. You know, that support, you know, on the one hand, if you're supporting housing to serve elderly, that's not going to be single family. I'm just saying there's a little bit of a disconnect, but this is what I was thinking we might want to do. I maybe make a statement, just say it specifically. We recognize that there is large support in Braintree for our single-family neighborhoods and our single-family character, but we also recognize that there may be appropriate opportunities and appropriate times where there might be diverse and other types of housing where appropriate. I mean, couldn't we just say that? Because I don't think it has to be all or nothing. I don't think it has to be a zero-sum game. So couldn't we say something like that?
Well, I'm sorry,
And
I'm not
without
sure I got
shutting
it.
the door on all multifamily?
I just want to make sure I got it right. Can you see what I, or
All right,
just
so
read
I
it
didn't,
again?
I didn't have the time to write
It's
it
okay. I just want to make
beautifully.
sure I'm
Okay,
not changing stuff by
All right, so
accident.
something about how,
It's up on the screen, Raina.
yeah, all right, but I have to look at my notes. All right, so we recognize there is large support, and maybe there's a better word than large, for our single-family neighborhoods and single-family character. We also recognize that there may be but not just opportunities, that there are appropriate circumstances, I don't know what the word is, where more diverse housing options, well, I said are appropriate, that they're,
What about locations?
well, locations and needs. I mean, we're open to it. I want to say that we will accept that there may be appropriate, you know, circumstances and locations for diverse options.
That are low density.
You know, I'm kind of a little bit with Steve. I don't know what low density means necessarily.
I
Is a
always
three-story nursing home low density? Is a
we need to
four-story nursing
clarify.
home low density? I don't know. But how about appropriate density or something like that? I mean, I don't know. It gets kind of squishy, but, you know, I don't know what's, you know, when you say low density, like if you're putting in a nursing facility, I don't know, like the business model, what you need so you could afford it, you know what I mean? I don't know what that is. So,
I think residents were very open to service-enriched housing, which
but
would
I
be a
think
nursing
I
home.
want it a little broader than that. I want to say, recognize that, I'm recognizing the majority of what you want, but I'm also asking you to recognize that there may be other appropriate, diverse types of housing, not just to serve specific communities, but just leave the door open just a little bit. You know, there are other people that expressed, you know, support for housing that isn't single-family. It was a minority, but I think we need to respond to them too, at least a little bit. So that's why I'm suggesting, make a statement that leaves the door open for, you know, for diverse housing. Could be multifamily, could be something, I don't know.
I think that leaves us open. It's way too vague, in my opinion, because I think we've got our directive, and there are, 1/3 of the housing stock is multifamily in our town. How much do you want?
It's not me. I'm
Okay.
looking at your.
Right, but I'm saying,
Let me finish my
Sure.
sentence, please. I'm recognizing the majority, but the majority is not 100% of the vision. I'm saying that the vision can include a minority voice. I'm asking you to include the minority voice in our vision a little bit. That's what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting to this, and, you know, whoever's watching, that we also respond to the minority voice in our master plan.
Okay,
Sorry.
please state your name and street address.
Al Barisi, 117 Pond Street. I don't think the residents would argue with that opinion. I think what the residents are trying to tell us is there are alternative housing options for people. We're trying to be sensitive to everybody. There's enough. We don't need to build more. There are high-density, multi-unit, service-provided, you know, whatever we have. And to Mr. Cunningham's point, if we're under 40,000 people in population, why is that a bad thing? Why do we have to get to 40? Why do we have to get to 45? It's been this population for a long time because that's the way the residents of Braintree want it. And so there are varied options of housing in the community already. I think the point that the residents are making in the survey is we don't want to build more, particularly multi-unit residences. There are options for everybody, but let's just leave what we have as what we have. Thank you.
I would like to also chime in that I personally went through every comment in the housing section, and I can hand this out to everybody. This 400 of the 520 comments, no more building, the town has grown too much, too many large housing units, the community has already saturated itself with such above choices, new development should cease entirely. Like, you know, this is the majority voice, and you know, you may not agree with it, but it's the majority voice. So I feel like we need to respect the will of the residents and, you know, first address the infrastructure, address the toll, address the schools before you look to open the door to more development. That's what I say. I say, you want more development, then let's figure out our schools, let's make sure our roads are okay, let's address traffic before we continually add to it. So I don't feel comfortable with a door open. I think Steve Sasha was right in that we probably should define low density so it actually means something. I don't even know that the residents want low density, but I think we likely will have something, and I think it should be what they ask for. Because otherwise, why do we ask? Why the heck would we ask if we have no intention of following through? Julia.
I think we have to be careful as we craft this document. Block that says we want serviced and rich housing, but not serviced and rich housing that can deliver services. So I think we have to be mindful of that as we go forward. The other thing we have to consider is that in our opening statement, we say we want this to be a family town. And I wholeheartedly embrace that. But I think it needs to be a family town for all kinds of families. And Braintree's current housing stock is, I think we can all agree, very, very expensive. And the only way to open the door for people who are not all the same is to create a diversity of housing. And it's not the same as urbanizing your town. It's not a zero-sum game. There are places in this community that are entirely appropriate for, more dense housing. Putting housing near transit stations is the most accepted piece of wisdom from every professional planner that I have ever heard of. It makes sense to put it there because it reduces traffic. It doesn't eliminate traffic. It doesn't mean that the people who live there don't drive anywhere. But the people who drive the most are people who live in multifamily housing who are raising, not multifamily housing, I apologize, single-family housing who are raising children. That's me. It's me, because I have to drive my children to soccer practice and piano lessons and birthday parties and play dates and how many families drive their kids to school because they just don't feel safe having them walk 5 blocks. So I don't want to craft a document that is full of contradictions, that promises things that can't be delivered by putting up barriers at the same time that we make promises. But I do wish to honor the clear wishes of Braintree residents, and I think that we can do that by employing less language and broader terminology so that as we make decisions, we will be able to find ways to support what is necessary. We have a lengthy document in front of us with now many, 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 many additions. What I would suggest is to pare the language down, to say, create a diversity. If you want to take out alternative housing options, I can live with that. But we're going to have a diversity of housing options in this town because that's what's required to support service-enriched housing and smaller single-family housing. It has to be diverse options.
Let's call it out then. Let's call it out.
Create a diversity of housing options. It needs to say including affordable housing options because that's the last bullet, which pretty much everybody agrees on. I would take the list of things, specific things, and I would move it down to the bullet where we talk about what kind of housing we want to have. Rather than placing it in the summary, I would move it to where we have the 4th bullet down, says promoting a diversity of housing options. That includes put in single-family housing. That's a valid form of housing, and in fact, Braintree has seen a lot of that in the last 20 or 25 years. We've had Zampini Farms, we've had Messina Woods, we've had Dell's Way. They're all really big houses that are very expensive houses to buy. And I would love to see smaller options, but single-family housing is a valid form of housing that we shouldn't block. We can't limit future growth to low-density development and also deliver on the other components that we're promising. So I think we have to strike that.
So we need high-density development?
We can't limit future growth just to low-density development.
Versus high.
You need to put the higher density development in places that are appropriate, near the T station, is a really important example, and that's only going to become more important as the state creates more and more requirements for us. To ignore that is to just put your head in the sand as far as like where the region, what the state is going to require of us.
Erin? Oh, are you done?
I mean, it's so difficult to craft it now that it's all up there and not in front of me, but I'll stand down.
We'll have to read it through again. Yes, Erin?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment with regards to density and this idea of low-density development, because it is a really complex issue. And I think it's important to kind of have just like I'll just give an example. So, like, would you rather, if you had 100 acres of woods in Braintree, would you rather have a density of 4 homes per acre and have 400 homes on 100 acres all spread out? Or would you rather consider having 400 homes on 10 acres? So you'd have 40 homes per acre, and you would develop 10 acres and conserve 90 acres of open space. I think when you talk about low density or density things, there's a lot of things to take into consideration. And I think maybe we're talking more about scale of future development or where a certain scale would be more appropriate. I think the conversation around, it seems like in looking at the survey results that there is housing that people want that we don't have. So most likely that's going to have to be either we just don't provide that housing for those people, or we most likely have to build it somewhere. And if we want to achieve more open space, preserving neighborhoods, maybe we're targeting very specific parcels, allowing a higher density so that we can then, if we allow high density on one parcel, we can protect potentially the 5 others that if we kept low density on all of them would end up developed. So I feel like maybe the conversation about low density might be not exactly what we want. So maybe removing it keeps it more broad and allows us to consider a lot of those things as we kind of work through implementation in future phases.
I think the town has said that they don't want high-density development over and over and over and over again. 40R meetings, comp rezoning meetings. I'm pretty sure they're pretty clear on density. I've never seen, the message is abundantly clear. So for you to say high density, we're going to have to do it, that's very interesting. So I don't agree. I don't think that we have to do high-density housing. I don't think that we have to do it. I don't think our head's in the sand. I think that the residents would like to add a specific type of development that addresses a need that we don't have addressed today. And that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for anything else. I think they were very clear. So I'm stumped of why we're talking about high-density housing when that has been so abundantly clear since 2019 when everybody came out screaming. So it's interesting. Yes, Melissa?
If I may, just because I've been around for all these discussions for a long time, and when we had discussions about 40R districts, we were talking about 75 to 100 units an acre. Given those particular locations and the particular program that we were looking at. Frankly, I don't know what you think is high and you think is high and you think is high and you think is high. I don't know what the residents think is high. Are they talking about the landing? Are they talking about Jonathan's Landing? Are they talking about some of the projects in South Braintree Square? Frankly, I don't know, and I'm not sure if anybody here knows either. Because all of those projects are multifamily projects and they all have different densities. And if I had to bank on it, I don't think anybody in this room or any resident could tell us this is X amount. Maybe Steve could if he's still here. Steve. This is X amount of units. And I would caution, and I'm not speaking in favor of either or, low, high, or middle. But density is something that I'm not even really sure what it measures. It measures units per acre. It doesn't measure the size of a development. It doesn't measure the number of bedrooms in a development. It doesn't measure the appearance of a development. It doesn't measure any of those things. And it would be interesting to see exactly what people like that has been constructed here and what people don't like, because that would in fact give the committee a little more direction on what we were going to be looking at for implementation. I mean, I do not think that developments that are 100 units an acre is something that anybody is interested in, frankly. But we have a lot of developments that we've permitted that, frankly, a lot of people have complimented on, and they're 30 units an acre. They're smaller developments, though. They're inbuilt environments. They work with, as we were talking before, with the existing context in the existing neighborhood. So, and the example that Erin had pointed out is an example of what we would use for a cluster development. These people in the survey said, the residents said, they don't want a cluster, they're more flexible. Well, that's the only mechanism to build small single-family homes. So there's a little bit of a disconnect, and I think that's where the committee and the consultant really needs to listen to the residents and then put that, what does it actually mean in text? What does that actually mean for the community going forward? Because some things, we talk about getting to 10%, but we're not doing that with single-family homes. So there's a disconnect here with, we want to preserve open space. We don't want high density. We want single-family homes. There's going to be a sweet spot where all of those things come together in our implementation and goals that hit on all of the sections. How do we satisfy preserving open space? How do we get service-enriched housing? How do we not destroy neighborhoods by high-density development? And all of those things kind of coming together, I think that as we progress into the implementation and goals is where we're really going to drill down, and we're going to start to say, okay, we need to look at these sections of our zoning. We need to change A, B, and C to provide for A, B, and C. We need to target these areas for this type of development. And I understand, as I was involved in all of that, that Braintree doesn't want high-density residential development, but I think that we need to have a discussion on what does that actually mean? What does high-density mean? In the last meeting, it's interesting how the term multifamily is now starts out with high density. Multifamily doesn't have to be dense at all. We have examples of townhouses in this community developments that are less dense than the East Braintree neighborhoods. So multifamily does not mean dense in all situations. And there can be multifamily developments in the right locations that promote the existing environment. And I will use, again, the developments in South Braintree Square that, I mean, you don't even know they're there because they blend and they were done appropriately, size, massing, scale, architectural features, all of those are really what make up a development, not just density. And we could go on for hours about high, low, all these different things. I just wanted to kind of add a little bit to the discussion, to just maybe to think a little bit more beyond sort of this multifamily and this high density, because I don't know when the word high density got joined with multifamily. Honestly, it's kind of news to me, because those two terms don't necessarily go together.
All right, Joe.
Thank you. I'll make this very brief. So I do agree with a lot of the comments that I heard here this evening. And from personally, the one thing that I want to see happen in this town is not to become a city. But when we talk about growth, and I think the previous speaker, Melissa, you hit so many things on the head there as far as put it in a proper context. We throw around a lot of terms that are not used accurately. I remember back in 2019, there was a lot of terminology that was used that was not used accurately, and it was used for fear. Now, I don't want to go down that road now, I don't, but what concerns me, my number one concern being a part of this is fact. We have had negative growth in this town for the last 10 years. Negative growth, and I will point to it, and I direct anyone to go to the Department of Local Services and look year over year, 7 of the last 10 years, We have spent more money than we have brought in on an annual basis, and we have made less money on a year-over-year basis than we did the previous year. Those are really compelling facts to me. And there's a reason why we have all these things that we want to fix and we want to create and that we want to be. And I want to be all those things. But I'm realistic, too, that if we don't have some growth, because every year our expenses grow, it's a fact of life. Every year our expenses grow, but our income does not. And if I lived in a home, that means I'm going to have to sell my house because I can't afford it. So these are the things that are kind of motivated. These really is what motivates me here, to find that balance. And that's exactly what we're all trying to do, and I applaud everybody here and the people who show up all the time, and they're passionate about it. But I think we also have to take a look over that horizon and understand if we continue on this path of not having the ability to pay our bills year after year, then these problems that we're facing tonight are going to be minuscule compared to the problems we're going to face. And it's just, I ask people just to please have a little bit of consideration of how we're going to pay for this stuff, and that we can't have everything we want, so we need to compromise. Thank you.
Justine.
I agree that we do need growth, but however, how are we able to promise, say, those growth is not for the middle income or high income only? Example, if you're looking at all the condo apartment that are being built, how many of them can afford? Like all the new condo coming, if you're looking at Braintree, a new condo that was like 50 years old, still 400,000. With the new one, looking at the new, what do you call it? The one right across the Sauce, right? Sauce supermarket. Those even built a couple years ago. They are still, yeah, they're still over 600 perspective. So I don't know where affordable mean anymore in terms of, are we measurement based on the state poverty level, or are we based on our resident incomes level anymore? If we, I know affordable means the state level. If you're looking at, I have Section 8 housing rented out. We got lower rent if we compare to Quincy, Milton. So I don't agree, I'm not disagree that we need to grow, but I just can't meet in the middle in terms of how do we grow.
Should we go through each comment and try to move forward?
Yeah, I wonder if we have some agreement, and then it might come down to voting, Jen. I have two different versions of the most contentious bullet point that I wrote up. I'm happy to wordsmith them, but I think that we might just need to vote on these two.
Okay, let's go to the first.
So just the overall statement.
Yeah.
I've changed it a few times, so I'll read it the way I think it stands now. Enhance community vitality with careful, I think I would say careful and strategic growth policies that preserve, protect, and improve existing residential neighborhoods, plan and supply housing options that include age-restricted housing, veterans housing, service-enriched housing, and smaller single-family accessible starter homes. Create a diversity of housing options, including affordable options.
All right, does anyone want to vote on this one? Oh, you wanted, okay, go ahead.
I have no idea how we can pull off what that paragraph calls for. There is one buildable lot for sale in the town of Braintree right now. It's on the market for $650,000. In the entire town, one buildable lot. So how is it that we are so fearful of turning Braintree, a town that has grown by less than 10,000 people in 60 years, into Manhattan? That's not actual fact. There's no place in this town where developers are walking in to single-family neighborhoods, buying up the single-family houses, and then turning it 10 houses into 100 units, 200 units. That's not happened. It hasn't happened. The thing that's amazing is that I'm sitting here making an argument where I personally have seen the downsides of the development in Braintree, more so than probably every person in this room. I saw what happened in the Landing. I live a couple of 100 yards away from it. I saw that the town parking lot got sold at the same time that the developer got permission to build more apartments than probably was necessary in order to make it economically feasible. That same developer, who doesn't live in Braintree, got a tax break for building the building in the first place. I didn't get a tax break. I have to deal with the fact that my street has become a public parking lot, a public loading zone, a drop-off and delivery place, and there is zero enforcement with respect to the no parking signs or the resident parking signs on my street. That being said, I still cannot live with language that is so limiting. And I also don't think we're taking into consideration the rights of landowners in the town of Braintree. We haven't heard a single word from a major landowner in the town of Braintree with respect to what they might want to do. I mean, there are large landowners in the town of Braintree who are sitting on land that maybe someday they'll develop, maybe they won't. But do we really think that the pieces of land in Braintree that still exist, that can be built upon, are going to have single-family houses that are smaller than what are already in existence now? I mean, I just don't see it. And I think what we're really doing is potentially crafting a document that is going to have developers make proposals that end up in court because they'll be taking positions that the town is prohibiting them from developing their own real estate in a way that is not fair. And I certainly don't want to encourage developers to sue the town because we create a document that invites it. So I'd like to see if we can get to somewhere that is a compromise. It doesn't have to be all single-family housing throughout the entire town. There are places where something other than single-family housing is perfectly appropriate, and it's not going to turn Braintree into Cambridge or Somerville or all these other places that apparently some people fear that it might become. I know what the other end of the red line looks like. If you go to the last station in Cambridge, within the last 10 years, they threw up god-awful, ugly-looking apartments that look like they're going to last about 20 years before they start falling apart. I think we can all agree we don't want that at this end of the red line. But if there is a developer who proposes something decent and substantial, even if it's relatively high density, if it's in the right location, I don't think we should be prohibiting that from taking place. At the same time, I don't think we should be encouraging McMansions all over the town, which is what we've had for the last 25 years. Every single new house that has gotten built in this town during the last 25 years has been aimed at the high-end housing market. That's what the developers are doing. There's a neighborhood right off of Liberty Street. They fought with the town for 20 years. They finally built those houses. and now they're selling for $2 million apiece. So I think there's got to be some language that we can agree upon that doesn't open ourselves up to getting sued by developers unnecessarily, and that protects us from becoming one of the most densely populated places that people are concerned about. But at the same time, if there is some proposal that a developer makes for high-density housing that might be near a train station, or that might be in a built-up area anyway, I'm not against it. Maybe we make them jump through hoops to do something that's appropriate, but to just block it entirely just isn't right.
Can you make a suggestion on the language change, because we have to wrap up?
And you're talking about the first sentence.
Yeah, we're
before we
just on
get
the
to
first,
bullets.
so we're just, if we could, we're trying to get through each line item.
The part that is crossed out at the end, that creates a diversity of alternative housing options, including affordable housing options, should be put back in. And
Okay.
getting into the detailed.
Okay, so so you think it should be put back in?
Yeah.
Maybe we hold on putting it back in and we,
Can I just comment?
Yeah.
It is in, we just took out the word alternative, but this sentence is the same sentence, I believe. It's in there, yeah. The only thing that's different is we took out the word alternative.
okay, so Erin, do you have a point on this point?
No.
Julia, do you have a point on this point?
Where it says, supply housing options that include age-restricted housing, I agree with that. Veterans housing, I agree with that. Service-enriched housing, I agree with that. Smaller, single-family accessible starter homes, I agree with that. But I think that those things should be moved to the bullet point where we talk about the housing options we're gonna offer. And the top should just say, plan and supply a diversity, or create, let's see. Plan and supply a diversity of housing options, including affordable housing options. And the rest of that whole piece should be moved, so not struck, but just moved to where we talk about which kinds of housing we're going to offer.
And maybe it should say, in addition to that, those housing types that are supported by the majority of the community. No. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Well, we're trying to go around and make our comments, so
I
you.
don't think we need to create a document that says, this is what the people told us, when we're talking about, at best, 1,700 people. That is just not what
We can
should be
agree
in
to
this
disagree
document.
there, and when there's a development, if there's some high-density development, we ask the community. How about that? Forget about in this document, how about we ask the community when there is a development? We ask the community then, no? If it's in someone's neighborhood or abutting someone's neighborhood, perhaps we should ask the neighborhood
Those
and the
procedures
community. Do
already
they want
exist.
70 units per acre at the plaza? Does the neighborhood want that abutting their elementary school? Perhaps we should ask the neighborhood.
Those procedures exist.
They really don't. They really, really don't. I think that's, in my experience, that's naive. It's until they come out with pitchforks, which they do, that's when they come out. So they don't. So I think that's adding in that is supported by the community. What's wrong with that? You don't want to support the community and what they want?
Don't paint me.
I'm not,
Don't,
no, I
you're-
was,
You're trying to paint me as somebody who is against the community, and I don't appreciate that.
I am absolutely not. I'm saying what's wrong with
You've done it
that.
to other people here tonight, too.
I'm sorry?
So, I mean, I'd like to think we can work as a group and respect each other's opinions even when we differ.
That's perfectly fine. I respect your opinion. We can respectfully disagree here.
I don't think we need to craft a document that caters to 1,700 people. We can create language that is broad enough that incorporates community input when it comes to major developments.
And that's your opinion.
No elections are for. I'm sorry, this is not, we didn't get elected here. We didn't, the people took a survey. It wasn't an election. So there are other data points, I think, that have to be considered, and it's not the end-all, be-all that was collected on these meetings that we have had people come to where we have had a small percentage of the population show up. I'm not discrediting those who showed up because they have a passion for it. But I know as a counselor and walking through neighborhoods, talking with numerous people, there are diverse opinions that are not reflected here. I'm just saying that. It's just as a consideration. That's a very good question, ma'am. That's a very good question.
Can we just please,
yeah.
this is being
All right.
broadcasted and is like,
Let's
I
go.
can tell you it doesn't look good, so can please
Yeah.
people,
Let's go through just the one point. So do you have a point to add? Okay, so my comment would be that I would like to have low-density housing that is supported by the community,
Where, Jen?
including enhanced community vitality with careful and strategic growth policies that preserve, protect, and improve existing residential neighborhoods, plan and supply a diversity of low-density housing options, including affordable housing options that address the needs of the community. Joe?
Ready? I'm sorry, I was waiting.
We're going to go back
All
and
right.
forth. We're
Yeah.
gonna be-
Yeah. Thank you. Pretty much I agree with it, but I don't agree with the specificity of low-density housing based on a few of the other comments that were made here, which I have to attribute to the planning director, who really brought some illumination upon what density means and how there are apples and there are oranges. So I would strike the low-density piece, and everything else looks good.
Raina,
How about if we put appropriate density?
can you use your microphone?
Please. How about if we replace low density with appropriate density?
How do you define appropriate?
Well, the same, it says, well, it depends on the circumstance, which is exactly the point. I don't care. It's fine. Leave it the way it is. We're going to vote it up or down.
Are you all set?
Yeah.
Okay, what if we add in the comments, low-scale housing options that are compatible with surrounding existing neighborhoods? Compatible with the scale of surrounding existing neighborhoods.
I just want, we have a lot of neighborhoods and areas that are like
Yeah,
way
yeah,
beyond
okay, all right,
what
never
zoning
mind that.
allows. So
Never mind that.
everyone's trying to find, and I can understand, everyone's trying to find the perfect word. There isn't one. There isn't one because it's not a one-size-fits-all. There's not a perfect word that's going to apply to the whole town. We have different neighborhoods. Kathy here had made a comment about what works in East Braintree would never work in the Highlands. All the single-family homes in the Highlands, would you ever put that down in the Landing? Probably not. It's a different location, it's a different density, it's a different style of neighborhood. One isn't better than the other, one isn't right and one isn't wrong. It's all about context and trying to be compatible with the existing area. And to try to pick a word, it's not going to be an easy task. I think that we need to have some additional discussions about density and scale and massing and floor area and all the things that regulate development, all kinds of development, frankly.
I just want to be transparent. When I was writing that, I added appropriately scaled and well-designed housing options, which is something that I had added down here, which when we got there, I was going to highlight that. I'm not trying to be sneaky by adding things in.
But again, what is well-designed? You know, that, again, that's
The design has a lot more to do with what people think of the building than the density does.
Yep.
To the characteristic of town Braintree, like what we represent instead of how do we define well-defined is to the closest characteristic of what the residents expected to live here for. I don't know how you write it, but
In keeping with the character of the town?
yeah. To address the need of the community and the character of the town.
Something like that. Justine, is that getting closer to what you're looking for?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so as Melissa said, each part of the town
Right,
has
because
their
there's not
own
one
character. Yeah.
Braintree look or feel.
Right, but
yeah.
it's the characteristic of each area why we move here.
So should we try the 5-figure vote and see how close we are with this opening statement? If there's any deal breakers in this? So I'm just going to read it one more time. We've changed it a few times. Enhance community vitality with careful and strategic growth policies that preserve, protect, and improve existing residential neighborhoods. Plan and supply a diversity of appropriately scaled and well-designed housing options that harmonize with the surrounding context of the neighborhood, including affordable housing options that address the needs of the community. I think this is a separate sentence. So why don't you go ahead and raise your hand and say the 5-figure thing? See, 3, 3, 3. You thinking, Liz?
I just feel like it leaves the door open for too much. So when we were talking about multifamily homes and the survey, one of the things that I think is failed to be recognized, but if you read the comments, they're referring not so much as to say, you know, I can't even think of an example at this point in time. My head is exploding. But one of the things they did not was the large apartment complexes with amenities. That was like the least popular thing. And I feel like at the very least we need to protect from that type of development because that has a huge impact on everyone in town. And that is a big population changer. And
that's
you know what? If
scale.
somebody owns property, we can't tell them not to do it.
Well,
And
that would be scale, meaning that maybe it's not so much the density that was the problem
Well, that's
there,
why I said low scale.
but that's what this says. She put in, she put a diversity of appropriately scaled.
I think we need the word low in there as well.
So does anybody object to me replacing the word appropriately with the word low? Okay, I have 1 objection, 2, 3, 4, 5 objections, 6 objections.
Okay, so you guys don't want to listen to the residents, I guess. And I'm saying it's not all or nothing, but that's why I'm saying I think it's low scale. That's what people want. They don't want big apartment complexes. And I think that we need to protect against that. And that's why we need to have low scale. It's a deal breaker for me.
So, Chair Wadlin, I mean, throughout the process, I've been saying we're going to try to avoid deal breakers. It's up to...
I think we should try to find a word, a wording, a phrase.
Go back to it.
A phrase that we can get to 3, everybody can get to a 3. I think that was the plan, is that we all need to feel comfortable with it. No, you know, we're missing 2 people, like, I think we all need to feel comfortable with it to move it forward.
Does anyone have another suggestion for a middle ground? Brina?
No, actually,
Raina?
I was wondering if you want to do the points and then go back to it.
Okay.
And see if that
Let's try the next
helps
bullet.
at all.
Okay, and then come back to that? All right, so this was Raina's suggestion. I know it's a different verbiage, a different kind of style than we've been writing in, but I think the concept of it is what we can vote on, and we can try to work on the style so that it matches if we keep it in. So it's, we recognize there is large support for our single-family neighborhoods and single-family character. We also recognize that there may be appropriate locations and circumstances for more diverse housing options. So just the sentiment of that, and don't get so focused on the way it's worded.
Anyone?
Do you want to just do the voting
Finger
right
voting.
off the bat?
Yeah. Let's vote.
I see Kay, you have 2? I can't see Raina. Is that 4? And
Too short.
Liz is of fist, and then, okay, so we have at least 3. And Kay, what did you end up doing? 3. So we have, I think it's Liz and Justine have,
I have a fist.
oh, you did, I'm sorry, I didn't see.
I do. I think this is
2
like,
fists and 2 twos, I thought.
I don't like this. Yeah.
We can't hear you? I'm sorry, Justine, I can't hear you.
Can you talk?
I
in the
just
mic?
don't know how this sentence serves us. We know that we need to work together to find a common ground, but this is too vague, too open.
Yeah, too open.
And I feel like it's just kind of repeating the same thing above it. I mean, it's going back to just saying the same thing that we had problems with in the
Yeah.
statement above.
Yeah, I wonder if when we go back to the top statement and we think about that word appropriately, or the phrase appropriately scaled, if we can get at a compromise there rather than using this as the compromise. And I wonder if people agree with that approach, if anyone would object if I strike that first. Would anyone object if I strike that first bullet point?
No.
David?
I don't.
I can't see what is offensive about that first bullet point and why it should be stricken.
I'm just like when I'm looking at, am I having enough money to retire? I never, because circumstance change. So I just couldn't agree on that.
I think diverse housing covers everything, and it covers things that people don't want, and I don't want to sign up for that.
David, if we found a middle ground on the top statement, would you be willing to let this one go?
Might be. I mean, I do want to try to arrive at a consensus. I don't have an agenda. I'm just trying to create a document that I can sign on to and live with. It doesn't matter to me whether we have compromised language. What bothers me is it seems as if there are some people who live in the town who want nothing to get built ever again, and that we're kowtowing to that philosophy. And I cannot buy into that philosophy. I'll be open to all kinds of compromises, but if it's going to be my way or the highway, I can't live with that.
I think Erin has a comment.
Erin?
I have a word suggestion in the top front sentence, supply a diversity of either sensitively scaled or compatibly scaled.
What do people think of that suggestion?
What is the word?
Compatible.
Compatibly
scaled.
Compatibly scaled is very reasonable, and I could support that.
Does anyone object to that change? David, with that change, I think you're the only objector to striking that first bullet. Would you be comfortable striking that first bullet with the change in the top?
If the top stays the way you just left it, or the way you just put it, I can live with striking the first bullet.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. Enhancing pride and attractiveness through educational opportunities about town history, public art, such as murals and art installations, and cultural events and celebrations. You can... Well,
I don't know. It's a no-go for me.
I think this change, I know. I think this changed to some extent where it's really just focused on housing in the top, where before it was trying to bring in all sorts of quality of life things. So we could move that perhaps someplace else if you want to keep it. Yeah, the original way we were thinking of this is that it's about community vitality in all aspects, including arts and culture and historic preservation and quality of life. But the focus has really changed to just be about housing. So why don't we just vote on whether you want to keep this somewhere, and it doesn't have to be here, and it's late, so I can try to figure out where it goes.
Yeah. Is that all right with everybody?
Okay. So just do the 5-finger thing.
In historical housing?
It's more about educational opportunities. It's not really historic preservation. It's more about doing public art and cultural events and celebrations and helping people learn about the town's history.
So where would the preserve of the town history, like historical housing,
Yep, that
go?
was up before.
I just want to, there's been a lot of, just if I may, through the chair, there's been a lot of talk about that. The only historic district is across the street. So I'm a little kind of puzzled that goes on and on and on about all these resources and things like that, and maybe we need to expand upon that. And we do have a demo delay, but no other houses are restricted whatsoever in this town than the ones across the street.
That's it?
There's only about 6 of them in the library, in this building.
I agree. I agree we have the demo delay, but we want to make sure that next 10 years, the demo delay law doesn't get changed.
Well, it took 30 years to get it, so hopefully it wasn't changed next year.
Oh, it's here in core theme 1. It's one bullet at the end of core theme 1 is basically the historic preservation bullet that you already looked at. Okay, but let's stick with this. So we're going to keep that somewhere. We just don't know where to put it yet. So we'll figure that out. So where was I? Okay. So the next one, you know, all of these were based on the way it was, these first two are based on the first idea of this core theme. So let's just, again, the same as we did on this first bullet, just say whether you want to keep this somewhere and we'll figure out where it should go. Actively promoting the community's social vitality and healthy supportive community bonds with improvements to public gathering spaces, public recreation, and other community programming and social services. So if you want to keep that somewhere, you can just raise your hand. Okay. And Justine? 3. Okay, so everyone wants to keep that somewhere. Creating and enhancing land use policies that protect neighborhoods, community members, and the environment from impacts of commercial and other incongruent land uses.
Are we voting? Okay, vote.
Okay, everybody.
Ryan.
Justine,
vote.
Okay, all right. Okay, now this is where I have an either or. I wrote up 2 versions of this bullet, and so, oh.
We were originally added the protecting from the high density too. So that's why I was like, what happened to that word? No, we had it before.
Up here?
High-density land uses.
The land usage, right there, like after the land usage, I thought we added high density impact. We need to be protected from it.
Incongruent?
Yeah.
High-density land uses?
High
But what about
density-
other incongruent land uses? It could be industrial land uses or things with a lot of trucking traffic or.
Right.
Incongruent
So
is much broader. It doesn't eliminate. I think it is probably more in line with protecting neighborhoods from all the kinds of incongruent land uses, not just residential.
Okay.
I'm not trying to bully you. I think I'm trying to protect you guys. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the next are an either or, and I numbered them just so.
Blow it up a little.
What's that?
Can you
Oh, blow it up. I think so.
I can't see it.
Okay.
It's like blurry.
So I'm going to read them, and then we'll just do a vote on 1 or 2, and then we can go in wordsmith if we need to. So the first one is limit future growth to low-density development, including housing that addresses residents' needs, such as age-restricted housing, veterans housing, service-enriched housing, and smaller single-family accessible starter homes. The second option, number 2, promoting a diversity of well-designed and appropriately scaled housing options. We can do this again. We can do, what did we say before? What was it? Compatibly. Compatibly scaled housing options that are supported by the community, such as age-restricted housing, veterans housing, service-enriched housing, and smaller single-family accessible starter homes, as well as housing accessible to mass transit. So I think we should just first go around, and you can put up a 1 if you like the first version, or 2 if you like that second version better, and then we can go into wordsmithing. So Justine, just a 1 or a 2, whichever, the first version or the second version. Okay, so I see, I'm sorry, raise your hands again.
I know, I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 twos, I think. Melissa, are you counting with me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep, 6 and 3.
And 3, okay. So let's go into number 2 then and see if there's any wordsmithing that we can do that the 3 members who preferred option 1 would be more comfortable with this second version. So I'm wondering, Jen, Liz, and Justine, if you have any suggestions for changing the wording on this that you think would be a compromise?
For me, I still like to prioritize. Sorry, for me, I still like to prioritize a smaller scale. Versus, I'm not limited to saying we need to build certain thing, but I want to looking at prioritize different type of housing.
So what would you change? Do you have an exact?
Can you scroll up a little bit? Sorry, just my brain is dead.
I know, it's hard this late at night.
I would like careful in there.
Where would you put that, Jen?
Careful growth, and take out promoting. Careful. Growth.
What about carefully promote?
I don't like promote.
Promoting. Carefully considering, thank you, whoever said that.
May not be the right thing, but. Does anyone else have suggestions? Okay, here we go.
As well as housing accessible to mass transit at this point in time. I think that just complicates everything.
Would anybody object to striking as, is your hand raised, Julia? Yes. Okay, so 5 people would object, 6 people would object to that.
Can I comment again on that?
Sure.
I feel that that is an item that the town has to make a decision on, and I don't think it's appropriate that we lock the town into something that a decision has not been made about mass transit housing yet. So I don't feel that we should include that in this particular sentence or at this time.
Joe?
This is a guideline document. This is not a specific zoning document, and I think those comments are more appropriate for zoning than they are for a guideline of a master plan.
Diversity included, I just don't feel like we need to specifically say close to certain location. If we're looking at diversity of housing size and characteristic, it's just like my land moving statement that doesn't belong there. That's how I felt it, because we're talking about different size of house. We're not talking about where the development needs to be.
Would anyone object if we pulled that out as a separate bullet point? With something along the lines, we can change this, but just something that's also carefully considering options for housing that is accessible, or I would say that is in close proximity. Yeah, Joe?
If I may. I do think, I don't have a problem with it being its own bullet point. I think it is a supporting statement towards our transportation initiatives in the community that we're spelling out as guidelines here and wishing to do away with traffic congestion, et cetera.
I'm sorry. Do you want to come up to, come on up?
And we have to do the minutes off the video too, so if we could please try to.
Right.
Just-
If you want it to be addressing the transportation issues, isn't that a whole other, what do you call them?
It supports it.
Core theme?
Right, what it is that it is appropriate for this because it is a housing. It's based on the location of it. Mass transit supports all of these topics that we cover, the 7 topics of master planning. They all support one another for overall for the community. That's my particular statement, and I don't think really that there's anything here that's inappropriate with that.
It's just interesting how specific it is compared to the rest of the statement.
Well, we could put it back in. I mean, the suggestion was that it called out on its own.
Okay.
Because someone did not like it, one of the panelists did not like it. I think that I think the majority of the committee is okay with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just cleaning this up a little so it's easier to
All
read
right.
right now.
Sure.
About having housing accessible to mass transit or near, that addresses the young people that are moving into our community, that are commuting into Boston, that is a segment of our population, just as the veterans and the seniors. We have young folks that are moving into Braintree that are living in those apartment buildings and condos near mass transit. And we don't know what Mr. Messina is going to do with all those empty lots along Ivory Street. So I think we should keep it in that we are going to have housing that's accessible to mass transit or near mass transit for our commuters.
Okay, so the way we've changed this, let's just take the first bullet because we've separated this out now into 2. It now reads, carefully considering a diversity of well-designed and compatibly scaled housing options that are supported by the community, such as age-restricted housing, veterans housing, service-enriched housing, and smaller single-family accessible starter homes. Let's just take that one. Could you just do the 5-finger voting for that one? All right, so let's move on. Carefully considering options for housing that is accessible to mass transit. Can you do your voting?
Liz has a comment.
Maybe saying something like housing that is compatible with the current Braintree zoning bylaws, because as some of these MBTA housing guidelines basically just give the developer to do it by right, and it's not really compatible with our town zoning bylaws. So maybe if we put something in there about keeping it in scale or not overwhelming abutting neighborhoods, because that could have a huge impact on that.
Joe?
Okay. I would strongly disagree with that last statement. I know that for a fact that use by right, when you take it by itself, is only one piece of the overall zoning and the ability for someone to build on a particular type of zone property. You cannot take away the rights of people who are living in homes right now, and I think I may understand a little bit that there is some concern that we are overriding neighborhoods, and we're not.
Well, my concern is more that they would be overwhelming, like overshadowing. You would have these giant, tall apartment complex
That is a
overwhelming
debate.
these.
I think that's a debate for a zoning question. Again, I think I'd have to go back to what we are here for, and our focus is more of a guideline, and I don't see that. Obviously, if there was a decision made by the town not to participate in the MBTA zoning, which I think you're referring to, then obviously it makes this moot.
Well, my concern is that, is there some way we can put something in there stating that if we do have housing along mass transit, along the MBTA line, that we could do something that might be more on a scale that the abutting neighborhoods would be more agreeable to.
I think if we did that, we went down, again, the spirit of this document is a guideline. It is, and where the implementation occurs is, there is another step here in this process where the implementation would be more articulated, to your points.
Okay.
And I also think that the follow-on documents, which are the governing rules by law, is our ordinances. Those are the real meat and potato, you know, the buck stops there. So, not here in this particular case.
Raina? Julia?
All of the housing that we're listing is going to have to adhere to Braintree zoning bylaws, because this document is not going to supersede any of that. If the state gets involved and makes new laws, and we sign on to that, it will still adhere to Braintree zoning bylaws. So I don't think we need to call it out in particular in this case, because it will be true in all cases, forever, even if the state makes a change that we agree to, or the state makes a change that we can't. I think the way it's construed now, the state can offer you an option and you can agree to it or not. And if that remains that way, then we won't make a change unless the state agrees, unless we agree to what the state is proposing. If the state changes and makes a change for us because we're outvoted, then we will have to adhere to that. This whole document is going to adhere to our zoning bylaws.
But from when I first signed up, the reason we exist today, we're sitting here today, was when resident was not happy with the zoning change. We look back at master plan, it was not detailed enough to guide us. So if we are not providing that type of detail to guide us through it, even though when we come to that stage, we're going to come back and looking at this master plan didn't provide us a guidance.
It still just says carefully considering options for housing that is accessible to mass transit. It doesn't make any promises beyond that. We will carefully consider it. I think that's a low bar to set and should be easy to agree to.
Dave?
Based on what I can see, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but this sentence only addresses what's near the Red Line station in Braintree. What other mass transit are we talking about? If it,
Buses.
okay.
Bus lanes.
So I guess, if I understand that correctly, meaning potentially bus routes,
Maybe we add
there
in
are
public
2 or
transit.
3 bus routes in the town. So that's what we're talking about?
There's
Well,
numerous
If I can
yeah.
just clarify, in conjunction with the MBTA community mandates that are coming down from the state, our mandates are at the Red Line and in the landing, and potentially in other communities, similar stations within that half mile, not from bus stops.
No, I'm sorry, right. The specific, I think Dave's question had to do with what other mass transit is there other than just our Red Line
okay.
station?
I'm sorry.
Not what the definition of the MBTA zoning
Oh,
is in
my
our
bad.
category that we are in as a town.
What I was trying to get at is this carefully considering options for housing that are accessible to mass transit. If Melissa's correct in what she just said, then we're talking about what's near the Red Line station and what's near the commuter rail station and the landing. Those 2 places in the town is what we're talking about.
Yep.
Okay, so with respect to those 2 areas, there isn't much land in the landing that hasn't already been developed. So I'm not really concerned about that, knowing full well that it'll be the lot next to me that gets developed into 100 units, and I'll eat my words. But I'm more focused on what's near the Red Line station, and I don't see why that's such a difficult thing. I mean, there is no neighborhood that abuts that red line station now. It's
There is.
surrounded by a highway,
French Ave.
railroad tracks, and a commercial district that includes a transfer station. So,
There is a
Yes,
neighborhood.
I think because of the lateness of the evening, I would definitely suggest that we kind of get back
Yeah.
on to the,
Okay, so let's do the third bullet point.
Did we finish voting on that one? I'm sorry, I really can't remember.
Why don't we do the third and the fourth, and then
Okay.
just vote it up? And then we have to go back up to the top, I think.
All right, so increasing the affordable housing stock to reach the state's goal that 10% of the year-round housing stock is listed on the state's subsidized housing inventory to help address affordable housing needs and to provide more local control over development proposals. So just do the 5. I don't think it's worded great, but I can fix that.
Liz?
so what are we doing? Is this a question or? Are we
Oh, we're
voting?
voting.
Just
Oh, we're
voting on
voting.
that. Okay,
All right,
so
we're voting
that
on
one's,
increasing the affordable housing stock?
We want to, because we don't want 40Bs, we don't
Well,
want 40Bs.
yeah.
Is that what, okay, we're just
yeah,
voting on
yeah,
that one
just
bullet
that
point?
one.
All right, I'll
Yep,
give it a 5.
okay, and then the last one, create and enhance, I feel like we had this one already. This was a repeat. This was
Yeah.
the slightly different wording, and we changed it to incongruent land uses.
So maybe just take it out.
So I'm going to go ahead and strike that one. Okay. So
Okay.
now, do you want to just go and ask if we now have enough agreement on the full statement as it's changed? Do you want me to read it again?
Yes.
The whole thing?
Well, no.
Just the beginning?
Just the beginning, yeah.
Enhance community vitality with careful and strategic growth policies that preserve, protect, and improve existing residential neighborhoods. Plan and supply a diversity of compatibly scaled and well-designed housing options that harmonize with the surrounding context of the neighborhood, including affordable housing options that address the needs of the community. So you want to do the finger voting for this top statement?
We're ready?
We changed it a little bit, and I think we didn't vote on it after that. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of threes.
I have 3. I'm 3.
And David, 3. Okay, everybody hates it and loves it equally. Everybody says 3, which is a good compromise. So you just had a success, you guys.
So do we have to vote on the rest, or we already did it?
We have a whole, I think we did everything else.
All right, then we
Yeah.
should do 5.
Yeah. Okay. So here's my question for you. Can we do 5, or is everybody too tired? Okay, just get it done.
And we'll just do the 2 of 5, so I'm going to do,
So it's,
well, wait a minute, let me make sure this is this the one that was in the, and I can't tell.
which one are you going to do?
Start here, option 2. We're going to start with option 2.
All right, core theme 5, option 2. Prioritize fiscal planning and implementation for new, expanded, and modernized public school and town facilities infrastructure, especially drinking water infrastructure and services and sound maintenance thereof. Residents will feel respected and welcome to share new ideas and perspective, to take a more active role in designing and establishing the policies and investment that will promote the community they wish to live in. Residents will also be proud of new, expanded, and modernized public facilities. Braintree residents will focus local efforts on well-maintained, modern, and accessible town buildings, including public school facilities, municipal buildings, a new vibrant senior center, intergenerational and exclusive parks.
Inclusive.
Thank you. Wow, big difference there. Inclusive parks and community spaces and a thriving public library. New and improved outdoor adult, family, and youth recreational facilities that are regularly cleaned and maintained, including the new Peterson swimming pool, an ice rink, tennis and pickleball courts, and an expanded river walk along the Manadequet River. Improved water, sewer, and electric infrastructure that is maintained with increasing efforts to ensure resiliency and rely on renewable energy. Adequate public and private trash recycling and composting capabilities. Town officials, board and committee members, and town employees that value and respect community input ensure sound fiscal policies to provide the community with high-quality facilities and services the residents want while keeping residential property taxes low.
Next option, a results-oriented town government that will prioritize fiscal planning and implementation for new, expanded, and modernized public schools and town facilities infrastructure, especially drinking water infrastructure and services and sound maintenance thereof. Braintree residents will focus local efforts on well-maintained, modern, and accessible town buildings, including public school facilities, municipal buildings, and a vibrant new senior center, intergenerational and exclusive community spaces, and a thriving public library. New and improved outdoor, adult, family, and youth recreational facilities that are regularly cleaned and maintained and accessible for those with disabilities. This also includes the new Peterson swimming pool, an ice rink, tennis and pickleball courts, and an expanded riverwalk along the Manadequet River. Improved water, sewer, and electric infrastructure that is maintained with increasing efforts to ensure resiliency and rely on renewable energy. Adequate public and private trash recycling and composting capabilities. Results-oriented town officials, including elected and appointed board members, board and committee members, and town employees that value transparency and respect community input, get things done effectively, ensure sound fiscal policies to provide the community with the high-quality facilities and services that the residents want while keeping residents' property low. So if we could just go and figure out where we're going to start. So option 2 or option 3, Dave, do you want to, actually, option 2, raise your hand. Option 3, option 2, no, sorry, option 2, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and option 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And why don't we start off and then we can add in things as needed. Dave, do you want to? Yes.
Those that don't, we have a brand-new water treatment facility that's like going to be starting construction, like we're going to check the hay bales next week. So I don't know why especially drinking water infrastructure was called out in the beginning, but that's essentially going to be, up and running, probably within a year and a half or so. So I'm not sure if the residents or wherever that came from. So just a point of information.
Okay, thank you. Dave, do you want to start with, so we're on option 2 is where we landed.
Yep.
Is there anything you would like to add?
Before I do that, did we intentionally skip over option 1?
It was the original, so we skipped it
Okay,
to save time.
okay. So with respect to option 2, I think the comment just a moment ago about the especially drinking water infrastructure is a valid comment to point out. And what I look at when I see option 3 is something that mentions schools, but I don't see that in option 2. And I'm not sure why, because I think that would be about the easiest consensus for any.
Dave.
I'm sorry.
First bullet point in option 2. After it says Braintree residents will focus on local efforts on page 13, then the
It's like
first
right
bullet
at the
point.
top, like almost in the
Okay,
header.
so we're going to have that as a bullet point rather than the first sentence, which is fine. I can live with that.
The phrase modernized public school is in the first sentence, though, Dave.
Yeah.
We're all tired.
You got that right.
guys are trying to beat out the planning board here.
I was,
I owe the janitor about 20 coffees.
Dave, can I just ask for clarification? In your first comment, did you want to strike especially drinking water infrastructure from the first sentence?
I think the especially drinking water infrastructure might better be left in if we use the words such as, if we're going to leave it in. Because apparently we're already in the process of doing that as we speak.
Dave, anything else? Oops, sorry.
Other than that, I have no changes that I would be requesting.
Okay, thank you. Erin?
Kind of along the lines of what Director Santucci-Razzi had stated about the drinking water, I just thought that the first core theme, like introductory statement, to specifically call out the drinking water infrastructure, I just was going to suggest to strike that part. The rest of it is fine. And are we only commenting on this first sentence right now?
No, you can comment on anything.
Okay. And then I don't have any comments on that second sentence. I think in this instance it says Braintree residents will focus. I think it meant to be the town of Braintree or whatever that common term we've been using is. Do not want to put all the onus on the residents. And then on the third bullet point, I would just like to see stormwater included, improved water, sewer, stormwater, or wherever, stormwater. Just stormwater as it is a utility, it's a standalone utility, so that's fine there. And that was it, thank you.
Julia?
So in terms of the summary at the top, it calls out especially drinking water infrastructure. And I know why that's there. That's there because there's a great deal of fear and concern about our water resources. I would point out two things. One, it's in the bullet, the water, sewer, and electric infrastructure that I guess now we're going to add stormwater to, because I think that's a good plan. The other thing for people to know, and I think this may not be widely known, because who would know this? Unless you were on the Ways and Means Committee and you just reviewed the thing. But once the Tri-Town water treatment plant is built, what will govern our water consumption is the agreement between the three towns, part of which says that any development that is going to consume, I forget what the number of gallons per day or week is, but it sets a threshold beyond which the water board will have the ability to veto development. They can only do that if they can show that the water resources are in fact insufficient to support that development. But that is present in that agreement, and it should help people feel more comfortable about our ability to control development so that it does not overwhelm our water resources. So between that fact, which I don't think is widely appreciated because it won't be officially in place until the water plant is built. But between that fact and the fact that we are about to begin actually building that plant, which has been 20 years in the process or more, what I would say is prioritize fiscal planning and implementation for new, expanded, and modernized town facilities and infrastructure, especially our public school infrastructure. Because that's the thing, if water is really on the way to being handled in a proactive and meaningful way, then it's our schools that are next in line. It was the number one thing that was mentioned among people on the crowd mapping stuff, and I think on the survey stuff too. So I would place an emphasis on that, because I think that's merited in our community and certainly needed by our schools. And sound maintenance thereof, I would leave.
Okay.
Are we doing the rest of it now or not?
Yeah, we're doing the whole, yeah.
Aside from that, in the second bullet where we talk about the kinds of things we want, we list that we want a new vibrant senior center. I want a new vibrant senior center. I wonder if that's, can we come through with that, like a whole new senior center? It's not a deal breaker for me, but I have said before that I want this to be an honest document, and I know that we can get a more vibrant senior center. I know we can get an expanded senior center. I know we can make improvements to our senior center. Can we build a whole new senior center in the next 10 years? I don't know. I'm just pointing that out. It is not a deal breaker for me. I agree with the stormwater bit, and the last bullet about taxes, we've already dealt with that in another place, and I would strike it.
The whole thing or just that phrase?
The bottom bullet point. I mean, I think there's some feeling that we need to have the rest of it there, but we've already dealt with that very last part elsewhere, and I would take it out. Or I would just repeat the bullet that we put somewhere else and put it in again if people really, I think that's redundant, but if people want to do it, it's 11:30, so, you know, whatever.
Okay.
Nothing that hasn't already been said.
Okay, so I would like to add back in, under the bullet, results-oriented town officials, including elected and appointed board and committee members and town employees that value transparency and respect community input on the first bullet.
Sorry, what was the first thing? That, about the transparency?
Value transparency, or I should say practice transparency and respect community input.
Did you want Joe to go, or are you still thinking?
I am thinking I'm okay.
Raina?
I'm okay with the changes and.
Liz?
Okay, just a little housekeeping thing in the second bullet, new and improved outdoor adult, family, and youth. If you go down to the next sentence, maintained, including the new, I would say maintained, including but maybe not limited to, the new Peterson pool, an ice rink, tennis and pickleball courts, and an expanded river walk along the Manattawit River.
Would you mind if I put such as, because we just have the
Yeah,
including but not.
It's just so
okay.
specific.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
those just be removed? That's so limited. That is like the smallest snapshot of what we have.
Yeah, yeah.
That there's just, I was going to suggest
The
removing
whole
it.
phrase?
Yeah. Oh, that's why I thought, but not limited to, but I'm fine with removing it.
I mean, yeah, it's.
Does anybody object to removing this phrase that I've highlighted here?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Okay, and then I want to also stress that I would like to put the bullet, results-oriented town officials, including elected and appointed and committee members and town employees that value transparency and respect community input.
Justine?
Yeah, the one that Jen just mentioned, I would like to stress that I would like that as well.
Yep. Did you have any more comments, Justine?
I'm just looking at, I know I'm going back to the water, when they were so they will particularly say especially water. I know we're building a new water treatment, we have the new contract. How could we indicate that we continue pursue the interests of the town? I think one thing that was in the survey, everybody worry about the water. We felt like town Braintree is giving into the water sewage plan, the water drinking plan. So I don't know. The water, drinking water. Okay. Maybe just the bullet. Do you have the downstairs, the bullet where it say enhance the facility?
This one,
Yeah,
improved
include
water,
water.
sewer, stormwater.
Yeah, include drinking water.
Do you want me to add the word drinking? Or are you fine with the way it is?
If everybody think that feels the same thing, I'm fine with it.
Okay, I think that's it. Should we do the voting, or did you want to take public comments on this?
I just have one quick comment. I know it's very late. In the first bullet point, we say accessible town buildings, including public school facilities, municipal buildings. That seems a little bit saying accessible town buildings and then municipal buildings. And there was no mention in there about public safety facilities. And I didn't know if that was something that was not included or just not important, but those facilities need some improvement as well.
So we should add them.
The gym.
Okay, hopefully that sentence makes sense. Do you want me to just read this whole thing now, and then you can do the voting? Okay. Can we do it as one, or do we need to go one by one?
One.
Okay. All right. Prioritize fiscal planning and implementation for new, expanded, and modernized town facilities and infrastructure, especially public school infrastructure. This includes services and sound maintenance thereof. Residents will feel respected and welcome to share new ideas and perspectives, to take a more active role in designing and establishing the policies and investment that will promote the community they wish to live in. Residents will also be proud of new, expanded, and modernized public facilities. Braintree will focus local efforts on, including but not limited to, well-maintained, modern, and accessible town buildings, including public school facilities, public safety buildings, and other municipal buildings, a more vibrant senior center, intergenerational and inclusive parks and community spaces, and a thriving public library. New and improved outdoor adult, family, and youth recreational facilities that are regularly cleaned and maintained. Improved water, sewer, stormwater, and electric infrastructure that is maintained with increasing efforts to ensure resiliency and rely on renewable energy. Adequate public and private trash, recycling and composting capabilities, results-oriented town officials, including elected and appointed board and committee members, and town employees that practice transparency and respect community input. That's the whole thing, and I can change this to match with the active verbs to start each thing, so don't worry about that. Okay. So can you do the voting?
Oh, yes, so the voting.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Okay, that's it. I think
That's
we're
it.
done.
Okay. All right, so can someone make a motion?
Can I just review the next steps before you
Yes.
close out the meeting?
Yep.
So I'm going to revise this based on what we discussed and voted on tonight, and I'll do that as soon as possible. It won't be today or tomorrow, but I'll try to
Today's over.
Well, today's almost over, but it won't be tomorrow, I can tell you that. But it'll be soon, like within the next week, hopefully this week. And then we're presenting to well, this committee's holding a meeting where you're inviting the planning board and town council, and that'll be on, I think, December 15th, where we'll present where you ended up, and we'll circulate this revised draft to, we'll put it online. The version we reviewed tonight is already online. We'll take that one down, and we'll put this new version up. And then, I guess Melissa or whoever sends out the packets for planning board and town council will send that to everyone in advance of the meeting as well.
So will this be for public access, that you're saying on the website?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I know Kathy was looking for, wanted to make sure she would be there.
Yeah. Yes, we'll put it on the website as well as put it out in all the packets. And if I could just say one thing, I know Steve had commented earlier on the existing conditions report. We did revise that based on all of your comments, and it is on the website. We had a public comment. I don't know how much people knew about that, but it's still on the website. People are welcome to look at it again. I think we corrected the errors. I'm hoping the one Steve mentioned, I know we went through and did a lot of revisions, but if Steve or anyone else wants to look at it, it is on the website. And then the survey data, I know the town has, the committee has. I assume that you're sharing that. We have no objection to that.
I think he's referring to a different, and I think he can explain to you after.
Oh.
The tracking of the data, when you answer one question, like the demographics and how those are answered, so it's like a little bit more of a deep dive. But I'll have him explain that to you after the meeting.
Okay. Or maybe another time, because I really
Another
want to go
time.
home.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next meeting, it's just so everyone knows, is December 15th, Thursday night. 7 p.m.? We're going
7 p.m.
back to
Yep.
7 p.m.?
I've talked to the council, clerk for the council, Sue Semino, and I'm going to do a single posting listing all three boards. I've made it clear to both the planning board and the council that you will be sort of the governing board. And I just want to, again, we really need to try to speak and be recognized, because we need to do the minutes off the video. And what's at home, what the problem is, when you're talking, if you can't hear yourself, nobody at home can either. So he has to switch the mic. So please, it might be a little bit slower, but please raise your hand, allow the chair to recognize you, say your name, he switches the camera, and then it's a lot easier to follow along. I know people watch it from home as well, so.
Can I ask a question? So the question is, when you say we're speaking, so Jen's presenting this to the planning board, right, and town council, so we're not really speaking, this group, this body?
Well, people may have comments or want to say why they think it's a good compromise document. So
Right.
people may want to speak.
You will be chairing it is a master plan steering committee meeting, and they will be invited. I've offered to do a single posting just to prevent we'll work through the agenda, and I will list the three boards. But if there's public comment, you will be regulating the public comment and any any comment from any of those board members as well.
Okay, so we're not evaluating anything, doing anything, it's just Jen presenting the plan?
I'm sure there'll be some questions.
And there might be questions, and then we'll just, if somebody wants to answer them on the board, right, okay, we'll just,
Yep.
okay.
Yep. We'll have the same setup. You folks will sit here, Jen will present, we'll have the TVs, and then the other board members will sit in the audience.
I will make a motion to adjourn. Meeting adjourned. All in favor? Aye. Okay.
All right, very good.